All right, we are live, Chair.
Thank you very much, Allison, and good evening and welcome to the November 3rd, 2021 Planning Commission regular meeting. It is 6:01 in the evening and the Planning Commission is now in session. My name is Daniel Hubble and I'm the Planning Commission Chair. Tonight's virtual Planning Commission meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. The Zoom video of this meeting is being broadcast live and will also be uploaded to the city's YouTube channel. Interim Director, CPD Director Jeff Thomas and other staff members are participating in tonight's meeting remotely as well. Public audience members are listening to this meeting either by telephone or using Zoom. Welcome to all of you and thank you for joining us this evening. Commissioners, if you wouldn't mind, if you could please have your microphones turned on, and I will have Deputy CPD Director Allison Van Gorp conduct the roll.
All right, thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Ted Weinberg.
Present.
Commissioner Rachis.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Boatsman.
Present.
And Chair Hubble.
Present.
And Commissioner Goodman is absent.
Excellent. Thank you very much. As I stated before, for this meeting, we will continue to utilize the Zoom platform. I will, as always, do my best to recognize you in the order in which hands are raised. And after being recognized, we can have our dialogue and discussion. With that, we will move to the public appearances portion of the agenda. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the Planning Commission on any item, with the exception this evening that we also have a public hearing on the agenda. So if you have comments related to the public hearing, we would ask that those be held for the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the commission as a whole, not to individual commission members or staff members. If anyone makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the commission, I may request them to leave the meeting. And when it's their turn, please be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Allison, last update I had is that we had no one, but do we have anyone who has signed up for appearances this evening?
No, we do not, Chair.
Thank you very much. As there are no appearances this evening, we will then move on to the next agenda item. This is a public hearing related to ZTR 21-004 related to this town center commercial requirements. This public hearing is for the review of proposed changes to the town center commercial requirements. Individuals wishing to make a public comment on this agenda may do so by telephone or using Zoom. Allison will call your name and or phone number when it is your turn to speak. The public hearing is now open at 6:05 p.m. Those wishing to provide public testimony, please speak audibly, state your name for the record, and your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Allison, is there anyone who has signed up for public comment for the public hearing that wishes to address the commission?
No, there's not.
Excellent. Given that there is no testimony for the public hearing portion of this agenda, I will now close the hearing as of 6:06 p.m. And normally I have a gavel, but I don't want to knock on my glass desktop, which is a surprise to me. I was actually expecting like an hour of testimony. So we're now officially ahead of schedule in my mind. Great, thank you very much. So we will now move to regular business. The first item this evening is item number 2, ZTR 21-004 related to the town center commercial requirements. We will be having deliberation and potentially a decision related to the proposed town center commercial requirements. And if we don't mind, we will start Sarah or Jeff. I believe you're going to give us a quick recap of where we're at from the conversation we had 2 weeks ago. And if there are any lingering questions for staff, we'll go there and then we'll move into our conversation.
Hey, good evening, Chair. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD, and Sarah's popped on the screen as well. Sarah's going to jog you through a short set of slides recapping the code amendments that were brought forward for this review process with the Planning Commission. And I think with that, I'll just turn it over to Sarah and we'll get moving. We're ahead of schedule. We'll try and stay that way.
Great. So I will share my screen really quickly. And again, if it looks funky, let me know. Okay, can I get a thumbs up that you can see my slides? Great.
Looks perfect.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Okay, Sarah Bluvis, Economic Development Coordinator for the record. And as Jeff mentioned, I'm just going to run quickly through the 3 elements that are proposed as amendments in this conversation tonight. These slides were included in your packet. I am not bringing up the updated comments matrix, but if you have questions that come up during your discussion for staff or need clarification, just please let us know. So the first proposed amendment tonight is related to MICC 1911 figure 2, which you can see on your screen right now, known affectionately as the pink lines map. I will note that this figure is updated from the last time we were here on the 20th. Commissioner Rashish noted that there was a discrepancy. We forgot a pink line running down 77th Avenue Southeast all the way to Mercerdale Park. So we've corrected that in this presentation, as well as corrected it in the version of the proposed amendments that are included for the public. So everything should be correct now, but just as a reminder, the first amendment is to amend the pink lines on this map, which are attached to the required retail street frontage. We've added some lines, deleted some lines, and the attempt is to, again, reflect corridor concentration on Southeast 27th, as well as 78th Avenue, excluding the public and utility-owned properties that are on 78th Avenue Southeast, there at the end near Mercerdale. Secondly, probably the meatiest part of the proposed amendments, the inclusion of the town center commercial floor area ratio, or FAR. Again, we propose inserting a commercial FAR provision as a new element of the code, as a new section. And the identified parcels are shown on figure 3 to the right. This would be included within the code. And the section would also include guidance for rounding when the FAR calculation results in a fraction. And then the final piece is the inclusion of the no net loss provision. Again, this would be inserted, this map to the right would be inserted as a new figure 4 into the code. And it's identifying parcels that would be required to provide a no net loss of existing floor area for retail, restaurant, or personal service uses. Again, this map would be included as figure 4, and these parcels in particular would only be subject to the no net loss provision as we are proposing tonight. These parcels would not be subject to the commercial FAR. And that's all I've got. So that was just a refresher for you all and for the public record. And Jeff and I are happy to take questions, or I'll turn it back to you, Chair, to start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Before I get into the next piece, are there any specific questions just related to anything for staff? Commissioner Rashish.
I don't know if it's appropriate here or whether it's part of the next conversation, but I've got a question on Exhibit 3, Attachment A. We want to cover that now or later?
Yeah, if you just have is it a clarifying question? Is that?
Yeah. So in looking at it, we show, let's see, I think I see this. You know, I take it back. Oh, I know, I don't take it back. So we show, if I look at the banks here, so for Banner Bank, US Bank.
Sorry, 1 second, Victor. What was the figure again, Sarah? Is that something you can pull up and share that you have access to? Did you catch which one he referred to?
Exhibit 3, Attachment A.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Is this the correct map,
No.
Victor?
No, this is, it's in the packet.
In the packet. Okay, hold on. Let me bring up. Got a bunch of different materials. Exhibit 3, Attachment A. So you're referring to the calculations that.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. How
Okay.
does this look?
Yeah, and I'm going to try to line things up here. If I look at Banner Bank, US Bank, Key Bank, they all show commercial square footage of 0. And so I assume that's what is you're currently calculating from. So you're claiming that there is 0 commercial square footage there. But for Wells Fargo, we do show commercial square footage. So we've got a bunch of banks and we're reporting them inconsistently. And I was wondering if you could explain that.
Yep. Wells Fargo should be a 0 instead of a 6128.
Okay. And that's because it's not considered retail, not considered commercial. How are we coming up with that?
Not considered retail or restaurant. That's correct.
Okay. And so when we did the calculation for the entire town center way back when, and we thought about the commercial square footage that we had lost, did we include, let's say, that Edward Jones, which is also financial? Was that included in the calculation as also a 0? The Edward Jones would be
In which calculation are you referring to?
originally way back when this was presented to the council and we came up with the 0.26 calculation.
The Edward Jones office,
Yeah.
or an Edward Jones office would not have been included in that 0.2623 calculation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And I will, while we're on this subject here, this attachment, I will just again make a quick disclaimer here. This is all King County assessors data that was used in generating this. Staff does not have direct access to CoStar data. So when this request was made by the commission, at the time, it was mentioned that we would undertake that using assessors data, and that's what we've done. Just to reiterate that again, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Okay. So unless there's any other clarifying questions similar to Victor's, I'll move forward, and let me just start by saying how I'd like to approach sort of the next phase of the conversation. As most of you have hopefully seen in your mail, there were two commissioners that asked for material to be forwarded to the rest of the group. And so what I think I'd like to do is first I'll just say, under normal circumstances, I think we would have taken the 6 months that the Planning Commission has taken to work this issue and come together. Sorry, not the Planning Commission, but the City Council has taken to sort of work this issue, really think about it diligently, to come together with an idea. And in some ways, this has been flip-flopped a little bit because they did a lot of that work. So recognizing first that we haven't had a lot of opportunity to discuss this as a group and really get a sense of where people are. And given the fact that I have a couple of commissioners that have approached with sort of two different ways of thinking about this evening, what I'd like to do is, I think, do a round robin through each of the commissioners, giving each person 5 to 7 minutes really to talk about what their thoughts are, what their concerns are, the approach that they're sort of thinking about, really to give the rest of the commission a view of just laying out what their thoughts are on the table. As a part of that, giving both Commissioner Boatsman and Commissioner Murphy an opportunity to represent the materials on a more public forum that they have provided. I will summarize in saying I've heard essentially two things from both our dialogue 2 weeks ago, as well as with the materials that were provided. Staff has laid out, I think, 5 different approaches that we could take to this evening. And what I've heard from the conversation 2 weeks ago and the proposals that have been put in front of us, that I'm hearing, and I'm going to grossly summarize this broadly, which is we have one view that states essentially that the methodology that brought the proposal from council to us is generally okay, but it needs some tweaking. The thoughts there, but we need to just take the material that we've provided to the public, and we need to make some adjustments to that. And then number 2, I've heard both in comment and in the what was sent out prior to this meeting, is that there might be some belief that the methodology itself is potentially flawed, and therefore there's a recommendation that we actually take more time to review this more thoroughly and recommend that the moratorium be extended while this body is given more time to actually work the issue more thoroughly. Again, those are very broad paintbrushes that I'm painting with there, but that's sort of what I have heard from what's been submitted to the group and from the comments and lines of questioning that I heard last time. So what I'm hoping is maybe we'll just do a round robin amongst each of the commissioners, if you're so inclined, to get a sense of what are the concerns that folks have, what are your feelings on sort of those two positions that I just noted. And then what I'm hoping is that after 30 or 40 minutes, after we all have an opportunity to have some commentary here, that we can sort of find at least a consensus on which approach the group wants to take in really deliberating the details. So think first starting on strategically, which approach do we want to take? And then once we sort of have alignment on the strategic approach, then we can get into what are the details. For example, if we strategically say we want to sort of move forward with the plan that's been given to us by council, then let's spend the next couple of hours digging through the details and potential amendments that we might want to make to that. Or if strategically we say we want to move forward with a recommendation that maybe says that we want to postpone and ask for more time, then what are the details that surround that? What are the, what's the detail that we want to push along with all of that? So unless I hear any vociferous dissent to that, I think that would be the best way to start. And then from there, we can sort of determine which route we'll get a motion. After that, we'll get a motion on the floor, and then we'll start to get into the details. Everyone okay with that approach? Sound good? Great. Does anybody want to volunteer to go first, or do you want me to start calling on folks? I know I have two people that have comments provided already, so I'm happy to start with them if that's. Oh, why don't I do that then? Commissioner Murphy, I see you're in my upper left-hand corner on my screen, so if you don't mind, why don't I start with you?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think probably all of you are pretty clear on where I'm coming from. But I would amend Dan's comment, and I'm not sure that the approach is fundamentally flawed. I would say that there are some very serious unintended and unanticipated consequences of the approach that has been adopted by the council and staff. And I think those are the problems. You can call them flaws. I think really there are problems that need to be addressed. And, from my view, having gone back and, watched the prior meetings and council meetings, that, the tools are there. They've been identified, and basically they are there in the record to be discussed and perhaps massaged in a little different way to come up with a better but not totally dissimilar solution that addresses the unintended problems that I believe have been created, and give us ultimately a better result for the city. And so, if you look at what I sent out yesterday, that was a draft motion that was a little shorter than the original memo, or quite a bit shorter than the original memo. It was intended to be less prescriptive, because I don't think we want to be necessarily saying what the details of the answer are. But it was identifying the same problems, and that is that given the nature and configuration of some of the existing retail parcels, which are likely to redevelop earlier than later, the problem is that we are likely to end up with a significant deficit of retail if they redevelop, and the timeline that would be caught up with under the FAR approach could be, measured in generations, not years, because of the nature and current state of a number of those sort of potentially future development parcels. And the other set of problems that I identified in both the memo and the motion is the fact that a key component of this of making viable retail is to address parking, and the unintended impact of the FAR approach would likely be to make parking less convenient for the retail and restaurants, driving more of it underground, and which is not desirable for many people, and so further driving away customers from those hopefully new establishments. And as part of that, the FAR proposal with this 0.26 ratio is a number. It's a nice number, but it doesn't really address the optimal configuration, depth, et cetera, of storefront or street front retail in these areas. And I think we need a little more input from design and development professionals so that when we establish standards of that nature, they make sense for the people that are going to or potentially going to redevelop them. And one of my concerns is the draft motion lays out is that if we just forge ahead with what is on our plate, we could all of a sudden wake up in 2 years and realize, oh, that's not working very well, and end up having to revisit this yet again. And so I think spending a few more months to try and refine it a little bit more, make it better, is a worthy endeavor to avoid having what I think is a likely case of having to revisit it wholesale in 2 or 3 years. And then, as far as the rest of the motion is concerned, the goal was to do two broad brush things. One is try to establish better coordination and communication between this body and the council, and thereby expedite the resolution of this, because I think everybody is in agreement that we don't want the moratorium to continue any longer than necessary. And then the rest of it is pretty much consistent with my prior memo, and that is to have a modified net loss requirement for existing areas in the town center in an overlay zone, refine potential along some of the lines Carolyn's pointed out with the categories of retail and commercial, and then have a separate FAR requirement for properties that don't have currently commercial retail. And I think the other major suggestion in there is, besides getting some more professional input, is to look real hard and quickly at some type of frontage dedication requirement or similar accommodation to allow for angle parking in front of the future retail commercial areas. And I would say that's the bulk of it.
If I can click the unmute button. Great, thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Carolyn, is that hand that you'd like to go next? Oh, you're still on mute. There you go.
I have questions and comments for Mike. They would take a while. Should we ask those now, or should we come back to that later after everybody has spoken?
Are your questions in regard to sort of deliberating details of this, or are you just looking for a clarification on something that he said, or
Let me see which ones would be clarifications. I probably have a few that are questions, clarifications. Should I go ahead and ask those now?
Yeah. If you have some, just clarifying, what did you mean by this, or how are you
Okay.
thinking about this? Then I think that's fair.
Okay. So what are some of the parcels that you think, given their age and configuration, are likely to redevelop sooner with a significant loss of retail?
Oh, Mike, you're on mute.
Those were all identified in my prior memo. And I can get that in front of me in a minute.
It's just an estimate. If you just know a few of them, but if you'd like to look, that's great.
So if you look at my memo, starting on page 2, if we look at, for example, the strip center with Sano and Barrels, there'd be a net loss, 32.5% net loss.
What's the name of that building again?
I don't remember the name of that building.
Oh.
Is
Oh, okay.
that-
It's the Boyd Building.
That's the Boyd
Boyd?
building. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Okay.
And then if you look at, for example, the Walgreens site, you would have a net loss of 17,700 square feet. If you look at Tabit Square, you'd lose 3,100, or no, I'm sorry. If you look at Islandia, you'd have a loss of 9,100 square feet. Rite Aid would be a loss of 99.27 square feet. And QFC and Met Market would have substantial losses as well.
I guess this is also summarized in the Exhibit 3 Attachment A that we were given. Am I right?
I don't believe that
No,
that attachment,
I just see that number for Walgreens, 17,600. So I was just, well, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a number of them. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Boatsman, if I can just clarify, the
Sure.
Exhibit 3 Attachment A, those
Yeah.
were the same net loss, net gain calculations that staff provided, that Jeff calculated. If there's discrepancies, it may be based on the data sources. Like Jeff mentioned earlier, we were only able to use King County Assessor's data for our calculations since we don't have access to CoStar.
Yeah, I didn't think that there might be any discrepancies or anything. I was just looking for the names of some of the buildings that Mike had in mind. Thank you.
Did you have another question, Carolyn?
Oh,
Or
no,
do you want
I'll
me to?
put my hand down. Thank you.
Great. So in continuing to go around, is there anybody else who wants to opine next? Otherwise, I can either, Carolyn, would you be prepared to talk about any of your
Sure.
stuff at a high level, or I can certainly try to cook somebody else out first if you want more time.
Whichever you prefer.
If you're ready, I might as well have you
I'm-
go. And
I'm ready to roll.
perfect.
Okay, so my thought is that we were given a rather limited task. The council put a moratorium on a certain part of the town center because they were concerned about seeing new development without the kind of retail that they want to be in that development. So put the skids on that, put a tourniquet on the patient, basically. And we got to get the tourniquet off before the patient dies. So they have a deadline, pretty hard deadline of December 2nd. I think that we've been given enough to work with, that we can make measurable and significant progress toward the goals that they set in their ordinance for the moratorium, which was protecting and expanding Mercer Island's retail sector and saying that was of the utmost importance. And that's why they were putting the skids on it. So I think we can work with what we have. Generally, I think that market forces and the price of lease space are going to drive what's offered in the way of businesses in the town center within any limits that we might have in our regulations. And, you know, it would be important for those limits not to stifle the options. I mean, preventing a lively mix of interesting and useful businesses. I think that we're pretty limited in our ability to determine what is wanted by residents, to predict what the market will bring, to estimate how much space will be demanded. I think what's more important than what is predicted by this particular effort right here and the data that was used for it, which has, of course, its pros and cons, What's more important is that this topic be evaluated regularly and adjusted as circumstances warrant. So my approach to this would be to amend the draft ordinance that we have. First, starting with several new terms. I don't think I'll go into the details of those terms right here with you right now. They're mostly proposed for convenience and better flow and understanding of the code when you're reading it. Okay, and then probably one of my more substantial amendments would be to change the pink line drawing just a bit. Take the pink line away from the property line of the Chevron station. I don't think it's a good idea for us to communicate to the owners of the Chevron parcel that if they need to do a substantial redevelopment, we're going to require them to have retail or personal services or a restaurant, because like we need the gas station. So I would recommend leaving the Chevron out of the mix. Our other gas station does not have a pink line, so we're good with that. I would also suggest deleting the pink line south of 29th on the east side of 77th, because it doesn't kind of go with the goal of clustering certain types of businesses together. We only have pink line on one side at that location. It only gains us one small property where the certain types of businesses would be required, because all of the other parcels that are along 77th have frontage on other pink line streets. 40 townhomes are proposed for the front of the farmer's property. And it's residents there, if that is approved or something like it is approved, would probably be better served by a quieter street with less traffic and parking activity. So I just feel that that extension, for the tiny benefit it gets for bringing in one more little small parcel, does create some downsides that it might not be worth it. Okay, beyond that, probably the biggest amendment is to just require the FAR, the 0.2623, for all parcels with pink lines, whether they've been redeveloped since 2005 or not. I think that it would be fair to the property owners if it's the same requirement for everyone. It's unlikely that those newer developments will develop soon, which is good. That kind of fits into our scheme, because they won't be, a source of new space for retail in the near future. But when they do redevelop it, I think it should be the same. And besides, you get more retail space out of requiring the same thing for them that you do requiring it from the undeveloped properties. In other words, the same amount is better than no net loss, actually, because no net loss is a smaller amount. Okay, then I follow with several recommendations to the council. I don't think that this body can come up with an appropriate definition of the types of businesses that should be allowed. I think it's good enough to go with what we have for removing the moratorium, but I think we should request that the council bring back the matter of what businesses are allowed. I don't think it's an appropriate town center that has nothing but retail, restaurant, barbers and hair salons and nail salons and whatnot on that entire pink line area. I think we need more thought to that. I've carefully investigated all of the existing definitions in the city code. Personal services, retail. There isn't anything in there right now that adequately addresses a broader allowance of businesses. Who are we to try to put on paper all of the incredible creative ideas that people might have for appropriate businesses in the future with the limitations that we have put on? So I would recommend that as separate step, separate ordinance as soon as possible. And I also have a recommendation to the council about periodic reassessment of this this evaluation of what is needed and how much space is needed every 5 years or at other suitable intervals. And another comment about the parking study, adding to the scope of that for another reason. So I'm just going to leave it right there. That's kind of my approach. Thank you. Any questions or clarifications I can provide about that?
Thank you, Carolyn. That was a really good summary. Anybody have any clarifying questions for Carolyn and what she's presented? Hearing none, with the other three, any volunteers, or otherwise I'll go to Victor. I see your hand up.
I'm volunteering.
Excellent. Yes.
Okay. So, and I'm going to start out with one clarification on something that Carolyn, you had said regarding the origin of this moratorium. It wasn't just about preserving retail and getting the right mix. To be clear, in 2016, the area south of the Jackson Shell, I don't know if that's 29th, was rezoned, and that is currently multifamily residential, which means there's no planned retail going in there. If it's redeveloped, it's going to go in as multifamily residential. The idea behind it was to concentrate retail, which is the origin of the pink line. And so the idea was push everything to the north end of the town center, and we get more concentrated retail. But recently, in fact, this week, we've seen the approval of the Xinhua project, which was in that concentrated retail space, and yet we lost more retail there. We lost, and I don't have the exact number, it's roughly around 40% of our retail. So that's not working. And that's where the origin of the moratorium came from. So we had drawn out south of the Jackson Shell in the town center, we drew out about another 80,000 square feet of retail. So now to this proposal here, I'm not a fan, and I think I've certainly telegraphed that throughout the meetings. I've also done the math that Commissioner Murphy has done. I don't know if my redevelopment projections completely match his, but Carolyn, to your question, the buildings that I came up with that I think are going to be redeveloped: Walgreens, Rite Aid, Islandia, Boyd Building, Tabbitt Square, Baskin and Robbins, and the CenturyLink building. I don't think that's entirely inclusive because it also might include QFC and Met Market. Those buildings are also over 50 years old. But you know, if we just take the ones that I originally rattled off, that's another 25% net loss of retail in our town center, and about, call it 32,000 square feet of retail, give or take. If you put in QFC and Met Market, you can add another 13,000 square feet of retail that's lost there. So as I've mentioned in previous meetings, as a math problem, this all works if you wait 40 years. In 40 years, I'm going to be 95 years old. So everyone knows how old I am. We don't have that kind of time in our town center. And, you know, if we go backwards 40 years, this town center has been revisioned and revised a number of times in the previous 40 years. And so to think that we're going to put something forward and this math problem will just stay static for the next 40 years is fantasy. So I'm not supportive of this because we're going to lose a bunch more retail in the short to medium term. And by that, I mean in the next 0 to 20 years before we see an improvement. And if that's the case, we're going to lose our town center. So that's the primary reason. In addition to that, as I think Commissioner Goodman brought up in the previous meeting, and others have also brought up, including Commissioner Murphy, thinking about this without the consideration of parking is unwise. And so I think there needs to be a parking element to it as well. And then kind of the small stuff, which actually isn't really small stuff, is, issues like public amenities, as well as the 16-foot depth of retail that we have for frontage. I would encourage everyone to get out a tape measure, both the commissioners and anyone watching this on video. Get out a tape measure and measure out 16 feet. It's not much. It's less than 3 of me. And then think about running a business or having a restaurant in that space. It's just not practical. In addition, if you listen to the public, and we didn't have any public testimony, but we certainly have heard it previously, when people talk about the town center, they talk about walkable town center with cool shops and cool restaurants. But yet there's no consideration to what we're doing in our code to enable cool restaurants. My understanding anecdotally, and I have not dug into this, but we have a green building that houses a place that used to have a wood-fired pizza oven. Kind of doesn't work. At a minimum, if we want buildings to have restaurants, they should have venting and other types of amenities that encourage restaurants. None of this is thought through in these proposals. And so I share many of the concerns that Commissioner Murphy has raised. Did I use up my 5 to 7 minutes?
Yes, can I ask one question? Because I had it and I'm sure others will. Victor, you made the statement that you were not in support of this. And I was not sure if you meant the existing code as it stands today, the proposal that was sent to us for review from the council, or Mike's proposal.
The proposal that was sent to us for review by council, the FAR proposal specifically.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. Carolyn, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Victor.
Yep.
I want to talk to you about the perception of what it is the council was trying to change. Now, my understanding is there were certain areas of the town center where there was no commercial requirement. Am I correct in that? Anybody?
No, there currently, I believe, is no commercial requirement south of the Jackson Shell, 29.
Yeah, okay. So the council wants to change that.
Mhm.
They want commercial to be required there. And not only do they want commercial, they want it to be a certain kind of commercial, the kind that's required in the rest, the northern part of the town center with the pink lines. So I guess that's all I'm saying is they had a problem with new development going in with no commercial requirement with that development, and they didn't like that.
Mhm.
And I think that's a good idea that they put a halt to that so we could have a chance to say if commercial should be required, and if so, what kind and how much.
I fundamentally disagree. I'll give an analogy, and I'll give this with the utmost respect, but I'll simplify it. You've stolen $80 from me, and you're giving me $30 back, and you're saying I should be grateful for the $30. I fundamentally disagree with that.
I guess I'm just saying there's a place where there's no retail required, and they think it should be required.
Right.
Aside from,
I agree.
so it's a limited goal, it's a
Right,
limited
well,
project.
So there was a time where there was retail and where there was commercial. It was commercially zoned. That was taken away in 2016.
Yeah.
And so now it's only partially being given back. So again, I agree that yes, I would like to see commercial south of 29th, but I would like to see it done more thoughtfully and in a way that doesn't take away 25% more of the retail that currently exists south of 29th.
And I have one more question, if I may.
Sure.
How deep, if the code just sets a minimum as to how deep, the retail space should be, or has to be, what do you think would be a more appropriate minimum? Because beyond that, the developers are they got their own needs, just what's a minimum? That's all we need to do.
I would echo what Commissioner Murphy asked for, which was, let's get some experts in and find out. I know that 16 feet isn't enough to run a business. What that number is, I can't tell you, because again, part of the answer depends on what kind of business. Is it a restaurant? Is it true retail where it's the sale of goods? It kind of depends.
Maybe it's not a really critical number. It's just a way for the city to say, do something serious, not just a bow tie shop or something, So if that's the case, and it doesn't imply, a serious retail, I would be comfortable with, something reasonable that doesn't involve a bunch of research. That's my thought.
I think, a really good test of our existing code was the Xinhua development. And I think it showed a number of things. Number one, it demonstrated that developers will basically go to the minimum. Number one. Number two, what we ended up with by going to the minimum is a bunch of space that I'm actually really interested to see how it'll be used. We have restaurant space that is in the 800 square foot range. And let's keep in mind, that includes food preparation areas and all of that. For those islanders who think that there's going to be fine dining in 800 square feet of space, I challenge anyone to tell me, name the last 800 square foot restaurant that you ate in that wasn't a Subway. And so if you take a look at the only building that was built under the existing code, what you'll see is a lot of, I'm going to say, let's say challenging retail space or challenging commercial space. And I'm going to use that as a euphemism for unusable.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Carolyn, for your questions. I have Jordan and Ted. Do any of you want to volunteer or?
Yeah, sure. I'll go next unless Jordan, you're eager to.
You're the one who came off mute, so I think you win.
Go ahead, Ted.
Okay, cool. So I guess I've read carefully through what Commissioner Boatman and Commissioner Murphy have presented, and listened carefully to what Victor was just saying. And it seems like there are some key issues that are being raised, and I jotted down some thoughts about each of these, including should the FAR be applied to all of town center or just to a certain subset that's a checkerboard pattern of blue properties. And I've not yet heard a convincing argument for why the post-2005 developments should be exempt from the FAR. In 35 years, when those properties eventually redevelop or thereabouts, why should they be given special treatment and be allowed to stay at 11%? Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me yet, but I'm open to being convinced that there's some reason why that should be the case. So that was the first issue that I jotted down. The second one that I noticed was should this no net loss provision be applied across all of town center, or should it just be applied to a checkerboard pattern of orange? If we don't put an FAR requirement on the post 2005 construction, then we kind of have to have a no net loss. Otherwise, they could go below 11% the next time they redevelop, however far in the future that is. But if we apply no net loss across all of town center, then I think that starts to address the concern about, well, Walgreens is going to shrink down, and QFC is going to shrink down, and Met Market is going to shrink down, Alandia, et cetera, and we could lose all of town center. I'm not sure if it's quite that dire, but I think that if we were to apply no net loss restriction across town center, that would definitely address a lot of that concern. Now, I believe when that was discussed last time, the staff had raised concern that that would create inequities with different properties. And I've yet to really see what those inequities would be. So I am open to being convinced that there would be such inequities, but so far without any evidence of what that inequity would be and what risk that would open the city government up to, it seems to me like the no net loss provision, expanding it to all of town center seems to make more sense than having it just apply to the ones identified in orange, the 2005 plus. So that was the second one. The third one, retail frontage. The council's expansion of retail frontage requirements to include pretty much all the streets in town center except for 80th, that whole corridor, and the west side of 77th seems a little excessive to me. It's advantageous to have retail shops that are adjacent to each other and along an axis, so that it creates cross-pollination between shops as customers walk past shop A to go visit shop B. They see shop A and want to go see it, want to go visit it later on. And the two primary axes are Southeast 27th and 78th Avenue Southeast. So I think until those axes are fully developed in the manner that we're trying to accomplish, of having them be these pedestrian corridors or kind of promenades, it seems a little premature to spread the pink lines all across the rest of the map. So I kind of agree with what Carolyn was saying about, hey, why are we doing that on the east side of 77th? Are we kind of spreading ourselves kind of thin there? So the fourth thing I had was the FAR squeezing out parking. Commissioner Murphy was expressing concern that having 26% of ground floor required for commercial or retail would reduce the amount of parking. And I think that it wouldn't necessarily reduce the parking, but what it would do is it would either push it up to being a floor above if you got a light water table down below, or it would push it down into the ground. Meaning that some people, when they park, are going to have to go up or down a stairs or an elevator to get to parking or retail, or excuse me, to retail or restaurants or to the residential. And I think that's kind of a natural offshoot of urbanization, that parking ends up being not at ground level anymore. I'm not sure if we can really avoid that, but I do agree that planning the parking at the same time that we're planning this floor area ratio kind of makes sense, because they are very closely intertwined. So I don't think that that increasing the amount of ground floor FAR is incompatible with having more parking. It just means the parking is going to have to be up above or down below in an increasing degree. The other one I wanted to point out was when Carolyn had pointed out in the gas stations, and specifically the Chevron station. I agree that that we should remove the pink line from adjacent to that Chevron station. Gas stations currently provide a vital service to our community, and until gas-powered vehicles drop below a certain percentage of all vehicles on the island, which they will eventually reduce, our development code should not be incentivizing the elimination of one of the island's 3 gas stations. We will get to a point where eventually gas stations will go the way of the Haymarket, right? And we won't be needing those on the island, but that's probably decades off in the future. So I'm supportive of that reduction of the pink line there. So that kind of summarizes where I was. There's some discussion about review frequency as well. I think it does make sense for us to review this every few years. I'm not sure if the frequency should be 5 years or 10 years or what that number should be, but I think that there's enough change coming with the light rail and with the transition from gas powered to electric vehicles. And as more projects like Xinhua get approved and happen, that we should be revisiting this on a regular basis. I'm not sure if 4 months is going to be enough time if we meet jointly with the city council each time to do it. But I do like Commissioner Murphy's suggestion that we improve the communication with city councils so that it's not as much throwing it over the fence from one side to the other, but that we're working in concert on coming up with better codes here. So I probably used way more than my 6 minutes of time, but that's kind of where I'm thinking on those particular issues. Any thoughts or questions you guys have for me?
Carolyn? Oh, you're still on mute, Carolyn.
Yeah. Ted, in terms of how much retail you think that pink line fronting parcels should be required to provide, I want to see if I'm hearing this correctly. I think what I'm hearing from you is that any amount of retail that they have now, they should have to have in the future. So if you're a QFC or you're a Walgreens or a Met Market and you have a certain amount of retail, that should never be reduced and that should be in our code. And then the other thing I think I'm hearing you say, if they happen to have less than 0.2623 and they want to redevelop, you would want them to have 0.2623. Is that correct? Is that, am I understanding you?
I would like to understand what are the inequities that would be created if we were to say that, there's no net loss across the entire board, because I've heard people say that that would create inequities, but I've not seen any data. So I'm open to being convinced that that's a problem, but until I kind of see what problems that would create, it's kind of hard to believe there is such a problem. And I believe that there is a dynamic that would be created of incentivizing those that can reduce their retail to do it first. Although, I mean, we're not seeing the owner of the QFC property pounding on the door saying, hey, we want to get rid of QFC. So it's kind of hard to predict essentially what the behavior is that would be the results from what we're incentivizing. But does that answer your question?
Well, not exactly, because I think I really would like to know, what would you think should be in our code? In other words, whatever commercial retail you have now, you must keep. You may never reduce that. I think I'm hearing you say that. And then, but I'm also hearing, I wanted to make sure I understood what you would like to be in the code in regards to retention of retail or requiring more retail. And so I thought I heard you say, keep what you have, but if you're less than 0.2623, you have to have at least that much if you redevelop it. So for example, if you're 0 now, you redevelop it, you have to have 0.2623. But if you have, 30,000 feet of retail now, you have to keep that.
That's
and I guess,
well, no net loss
if
would
that's
have
what you mean by no net loss, that's just what I want to understand.
No net loss would mean that somebody who has more than 0.2623 would need to, when they redevelop, they would need to have as much retail as they currently have or more if they choose to create it.
Okay, so our really large retail establishments or commercial establishments would have to continue to be that way. And you were asking about the inequity, and I think that spells it out right there. I mean, if the city is telling the owner of the property of the QFC, you must have a very large commercial establishment from here to eternity. But if you say, another property that currently has no retail, oh, you only have to have this small amount. I think that's a tremendous inequity. And this is why I prefer the approach where the city staff have determined, how much retail do we have? What's the demand? How much do we need in the near future? And over time, what could we expect to have as buildings, as developers redevelop and new businesses come in and old businesses go away? So, I mean, it is very likely that there will be some, could be some sudden changes if a grocery store leaves or something. But is this what we're really trying to do, is have the same amount of space in the future that we have now? We're worried about losing a big chunk? Or are we concerned about having an overall supply of retail space? And my view is that the market is going to say what we're going to have here in terms of grocery stores and big retail, but that it would be very inequitable to tell certain property owners they have to have monster retail and others don't.
Well, I think
Carolyn, I'm gonna,
Did I get to your question, Ted, about what the inequity would be?
so,
Did I explain that?
yeah, I think we got it, Carolyn. I'm going to
Okay.
go, Commissioner Murphy, did you have a question?
I just have a couple of thoughts on what Ted was saying. If now's the time to do that, or we can deal with that later.
I mean, I don't want to get into, I guess I can allow one comment. I don't want to get into extended debate. As what I really am trying to do here is we'll go to Jordan and then I'll make my comments, is just get some clarity on which direction the board sort of wants to go in proposing something for the council. So if it advances that effort, then sure, you can make your comment.
Let me just make one comment, and that is to be clear that what my suggestion is a modified no net loss. Exactly what that would be is, open to discussion, but it's not necessarily a, 100% replacement. And I'll just leave it at that and get into the other details when we're having more discussion.
Perfect. All right, Jordan. And I have to say, by the way, I don't know if you see this on your end, Victor, but I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Your screen blips every once in a while, and
I saw that too.
I keep thinking, oh, he's in the Matrix.
He's the black cat. He's the black cat crossing.
Sorry about that. That is the beauty of Firewire. And what that probably means is that at some point, the entire screen is going to freeze. I'm going to disappear and I'm going to have to reboot my computer. Sorry, folks.
No worries. I was gathering as much. So for some reason you have a technical problem. We'll see you when you rejoin. Go ahead, Jordan. Sorry.
Well, I'm just, I continue to be impressed by my esteemed colleagues here on this commission. So I guess I'll just go down the list of the things that have been said and comment on them. So Ted, I really appreciate your point, because I had the same question about Mike's concerns about parking. And I mean, I'm sure we all share those concerns about making sure that that parking is done correctly. And if it makes sense to, roll that analysis in and that into this recommendation, this process, great. So I guess to me, that's still a lingering question, if that's appropriate for this commission to communicate back to the city council that we really want to address parking in tandem with retail space. But I did, having said that, I really appreciate your point, which was, as critical as parking is, I think we should be open to parking being on, below ground or a level up from retail. That might be really smart development. I also agree with Carolyn's point when she was challenging Ted's idea of a no net loss, because I didn't understand how that I agree that seems very inequitable for businesses like or owners like the ones that own properties like QFC and Walgreens. So so I'd like to get a better understanding of that. Recently, my daughter was playing on the JV soccer team, and so we were going around to different stadiums, different school stadiums, and we were so happy to be sitting underneath beautiful covered stadium at Bellevue when the rain was just absolutely torrential. And I was just thinking, why don't we have this? And I expressed my question out loud, and somebody said, because we don't have any sales tax revenue. I was like, yes, that's right. We have no sales. I mean, the sales tax revenue for the city of Mercer Island is negligible. And as I mentioned at our last meeting, it's since the day I moved to this island, it's always been a topic of conversation, which is what would help retail succeed on this island. And I've always felt that critical mass is a missing component of that. So whether that's density of it, or a slightly larger footprint, going back to the question of extending the pink lines, I don't feel like we have critical mass to make it worth someone's time to come to downtown to do what they want and need to do, to have enough restaurant options as opposed to just a couple, and more retail shops as well. So I feel like I'm definitely leaning in the direction of Mike and Victor that this is our best shot at getting this right, and I do feel rushed. I do feel like there are questions that need to be answered. There's more analysis to be done, more experts and opinions to be pulled into this conversation. It's incumbent upon us to challenge developers, property owners and developers to do the right thing for the community. And all indications are that's the tension that we have to accept and work on. So that's all I have.
Great, thank you, Jordan. Did anybody have any questions for Jordan, given his commentary? Okay, hearing none, I'll lend my perspective on this. I'll be honest, I am conflicted beyond words, but I will try to ascribe as many as I can to where I'm at. There's an idyllic part of me that is completely in line with Commissioner Murphy and Commissioner Ashish and Ted and Jordan around, look, let's take the opportunity. There are too many. I have a list. You can probably see it's all blurry, but you can see it's a long list of very valid, unintended, unanswered issues that could arise from enacting and moving forward with the recommendation as it's been given. Now, arguably, a number of these things are issues now with the existing code, right? So I think part of the exercise we need to think about is, if we do nothing, 80% of what I heard today about structural problems in the town center will continue to exist. The proposal as it's been given to us by the council, I think, was intended to address a very narrow set of issues that the council perceived. It will likely result in some unintended negative consequences as a byproduct of trying to solve the intended things. But a number of the things that we've mentioned here today already exist. They're already systemic issues that we face. And so part of what I hear in the idea of saying, hey, we just need to look at this more thoroughly, is the feedback is this is all well intended, but the reality is that there's some pretty systemic problems that range more broadly, and that this just needs to encompass a lot more than it currently does. Now, where my conflict is, my read, and I think I said this last time 2 weeks ago in our meeting, my read on the current council is that they've invested a significant amount of time coming to the solution that they've presented to us for review. We could go to them with a proposal that says, hey guys, pump the brakes, extend the moratorium, let's include a whole bunch of more stuff into the conversation. And I have a gut feeling that 7 or 8 out of 10, 70–80% chance that they're going to say, yeah, that's not exactly or not entirely what we ever intended you to look at or come back to. And they're just going to ignore any recommendation we give. And they're going to move forward with the proposal that they sent to us without our feedback. And I think Carolyn has some good suggestions, or at least things that could be debated that would make the code that they sent to us better. Does it answer that long laundry list of things that fall into the columns that Commissioner Murphy has sort of laid out around some of the unintended consequences? And Victor's raised some great items around the 16-foot depth, and someone made the comment about developers only going the minimum. I think that was Victor as well. And so what I worry about is, to me, the right thing to do is to look at this more holistically, be thoughtful, do all of the things that we've said really need to be looked at in their totality, and risk none of that being listened to, having a code worked on and adopted that we haven't really provided any additional input to make better, or the alternative, which is to maybe document all of these concerns as addenda to corrections to the existing or to the proposed changes that the council sent to us, in an effort to try to better it before its potential inevitable adoption. I'm making assumptions there, of course, as to what the behavior of the council will be, and like the rest of you, there's no crystal ball for that, right? So I'll be honest, I have no idea where to go with this or where to lead it. It's partly why I wanted to go through this exercise of sort of hearing everyone out. So that's where I'm at. I don't have much more to go on there. Carolyn? Sorry, you're on mute.
It would seem to me that we could take the ordinance that we have and make some very substantial amendments to it, and give them back something that is better than the status quo, that gets them out of the moratorium, that requires more retail of the kind that, our limited idea of what that should be at this point, requires more of that in more places. And that is, in itself, that is not a thing which causes the other things that we don't like to happen. It is a step that can be taken that would improve the status quo. However, we could craft very succinct recommendations to go along with an amended ordinance and send those to the council about what should happen next and the limitations of what we provided them. And I really feel optimistic we could do that as a group here. I would propose to actually go through the ordinance, have at it, get done with that. See if when we're done having at it, it looks like something we want to recommend. It's brief, wouldn't take long. And then get into those recommendations. That's what I would propose as the next step forward.
So maybe let me get an informal poll from the group. You know, how many people are wanting to move in the direction of working the code as it's been presented to us? And then knowing that there's another proposal out here, how many people are more in favor of just taking the approach of putting together a recommendation along the lines of Commissioner Murphy and recommending that the effort be extended and potentially expanded to address some additional issues? Ted, did you vote in there?
I didn't. I'm kind of in between the two. I think that if we expand the scope of this, we're at high risk of essentially having city council do that, right? And say, we're going back to what we had originally. Thanks, city planning commission, for all your work, but we're going back to what we had originally. I think that what you had talked about a few minutes ago, Dan, of saying, let's revise what they sent us, but then give them an addenda saying, here's the other things that you really should be looking at, or this is not likely going to work, kind of allows us to do both, right? Allows us to give them feedback that they can act upon, you know, relating to their specific proposal. But at the same time saying, if you don't factor in parking into this, it's probably not going to work. And if you don't factor in the fact that you're allowing the sites that can have the biggest reduction in retail to act upon that, you're likely going to have a continuation of the reduction of retail. I think that essentially it allows us to kind of be partway in between those two. So I didn't really want to vote one way or the other on whether it was going to, whether we should just modify the existing thing, or whether we should go back to them saying, hey, let's, you know, broaden the scope on this.
Okay. Carolyn, I see you've got your hand up. Oh,
I just want to make clear, I'm not saying that I'm proposing that we amend the ordinance and recommend it. I'm suggesting that as an exercise, to see if we can come up with something useful, that we go through it and have at it. And then when we're done, see if it is part of what we want to send, in addition to those requests or recommendations. So that's one thing I wanted to clear up. And then the other thing is, you know, if we're coming to the point of making a decision as to, you know, going this way or that way, there are many things that I have had to say, wanted to say, but I didn't say them because they might be disagreeing with somebody or, you know, offering a different perspective. And, you know, it wasn't the appropriate time to do that. But I most certainly would like to have a chance to do that before we head in a direction. Primarily, a starter would be, I would like to comment about the question of parking. So as soon as you feel that's an appropriate thing for me to comment on, I'd like to do it.
Yeah, let me go to Commissioner Murphy, and then, you know, just for clarification on process here, you know, that the idea, Carolyn, is to understand the direction that the group is going in so that we spend our time deliberating on the question that sort of everyone is at least in a reasonable agreement that we should go in, and there will be ample opportunity for you know, providing the specifics that you mentioned around input on things like parking. So Commissioner Murphy, why don't you make your statement and then we'll.
So, I understand the concern, what I'll call a political concern, that if we give them something they don't want, they'll just throw it out. But the reality is that we could give them what they want and all these brilliant recommendations, and it's even easier to ignore a bunch of recommendations coming from the Planning Commission. And what happens is that, 2 years, 3 years down the road, we realize, the community realizes that we missed our chance, and we have a whole bunch of other, developments like the one we're facing in town center. And we're all kicking ourselves for not dealing with it. I think there's a political reality, and that is that if they are given a solid message that, while this was a well-intentioned effort, there are too many serious unintended consequences, and there are political consequences to making bad policy. And if they want to make bad policy over objection, then let them live with it. But I don't think we have any obligation to go along with bad policy. It reminds me a little bit of the famous line that probably all of you are too young to recall, of the attorney for someone appearing before a Senate committee saying that my job is not to be a potted plant. And our job is not to be a potted plant and to simply, feed back to the council what it asked for. If that's what they want, then they ought to disband the Planning Commission. But our job is to give them the best advice focused on the issues that, they've got a much bigger portfolio than we have. Ours is pretty narrow. And it's our job to give them the best input that we can in our narrow lane, so that they can do with that what they will, but then they deal with the political consequences of doing what they decide to do, contrary to strong recommendations.
Okay. Carolyn, I saw you. Did you have a comment anymore? You had raised your hand again. No. Victor?
I'll just plus one Commissioner Murphy's comments. I think we as a body, we're an advisory body, and we need to give the council our feedback, and the feedback of the majority of the body. And I, for one, not quite sure how I go about debating a proposal that I fundamentally disagree with the actual premise of. And then, embarrassingly, I'll say that I actually understand your reference, Mike. So I guess that makes us both old.
Yes, the Oliver North trials in the Senate.
+2 here.
Carolyn?
Well, I just think that we always need to give our viewpoint to the council. They have every right to throw out whatever we send them, and they have every right to ask us to any question they want to ask us. And I don't particularly have any concerns about what they might do with what we send them.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to figure out, the next step here is going to be to call a motion to the floor. I will tell you the informal tally that I see is that there are more people that are strongly in favor of positioning our recommendation to the council related to taking a more programmatic approach to this, and to not recommend the current proposal. I know that there are some folks on the fence, and certainly at least some strong voice in the other direction, but I'm certainly hearing more in the other path. If I could, from I'm just trying to think of whether I want to this is the part where being the chair is the hard part, which is, okay, like, how do we take the next step? And as much game theory planning as I spent prior to this meeting, it seems to be not working.
Suggestion?
Yes.
So a moment ago, you were suggesting the idea of sending back feedback to the council on the changes to what they had proposed with some addenda. And I heard it was either, I think it was Commissioner Murphy say that addenda can be easily ignored, which is true. It's also our whole feedback can be easily ignored by them. So I think if our goal is to try to preserve retail and expand retail in the town center, and to act in our role as an advisory body to the council on that, I recommend that we find some way to give them something that they can act upon, that or that they're likely to act upon, and at the same time give them something that we want them to act upon. And if that broader thing that we want them to act upon is taking a more holistic view of including, joint sessions with them, and including the parking, and including the minimum depth of the storefront, great, let's include that. But if that's the only thing that we send back to them, we risk essentially not being able to add any value, that they throw all of it out. So I kind of like the hybrid approach that you had suggested earlier, Dan, and see whether we can build that hybrid solution in such a way that is that's inclusive of what we want to do, but also gives council, if they choose their narrower route, something to act upon.
I'm not sure I suggested things exactly in the way you personified them, but I get the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah.
But it did spur another thought in my head, and I'm reticent to mention it. But let me go to Victor first, and then I'll.
So I think you have two proposals, one from Commissioner Murphy, one from Commissioner Boatsman, and I believe, and they can both confirm this for me, they are mutually exclusive. And so I would suggest maybe putting one of them up for a vote and putting the other one for a vote. You can flip a coin to see which one goes first. And if neither passes, then we need to find a middle ground. Otherwise, the proposal that passes is the proposal that we work on.
Yeah. Or in the case of and I see the city attorney B.O. Park is on here as well. And I hate to call you out, B.O., but from a procedural standpoint, if we have I guess we can recommend whatever we want, right? So we could recommend changes specific to the recommendation that was sent to us, but we could also vote on and agree upon a series of recommendations that go beyond that. Procedurally, is that something that would be within our right to do?
Yes, Chair Hobo. As far as recommendation, you can mix and match however way the Planning Commission feels it should. The only thing that I ask that you do is that you separate findings and recommendations so that, your motions are, if you have to do in multiple motions, you do that in that way so that clearly it can be distinguished what your findings are, right? And what your recommendations are, so that that's distinguished. As long as that is, you can send multiple recommendations in whichever, the structure you'd like. Does that
Great.
answer your question, Chair?
Yeah, and so just functionally thinking about the two sets of comments, we could in fact make a motion to recommend that the council consider the proposal that they sent to us with a series of amendments that we might make to it vis-a-vis the specific ones that Carolyn has provided and potentially additional ones. So we could make that as a motion, we could adopt that, and then subsequent to that, we could make a motion to make an additional recommendation that might be more specific to the overarching goals of Commissioner Murphy's motion, maybe without some of the more subjective findings that are included in that. Is that what you're thinking?
That's absolutely correct. Yes, you could do that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Murphy and then Commissioner Boatsman.
It seems to me that in looking at my motion, the items in A and B and maybe even C and D would actually lend themselves to findings. And we could add some other findings along the lines of Carolyn's concerns. And then we could have a separate recommendations that incorporate some of Carolyn's concerns as well as mine.
Yeah, looking at your text again, and I'm just gonna lay this out in a real-time stream of consciousness. So don't take this yet as any sort of action, but given what Ted just said, given the note from the city attorney, and I hate hedging this in this way, but I do think maybe there's some there's no reason that we can't entertain both of these motions, and should it be the will of the commission, we could probably make, two sets of recommendations. One, here's the changes that we'd like to see made to the proposal that you sent to us. And B, we have a whole lot of concerns that we can outline in a memo, but we would recommend, because of the concerns, that we could basically attach as findings, that we would have a series of recommendations that would basically be item number E, Commissioner Murphy, in your document, which are the actions that we would recommend moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you were saying essentially what I was saying.
Yeah, I was just trying to rephrase it in a way that computed in my head properly. So let me do this. It is 7:40. We've been going for a little over an hour and 40 minutes. Oh, and Carolyn, I'll give you the last word before we go. Maybe what I'll do is we'll take Carolyn's last word. Why don't we take a break, 10 or so minutes, and then we will come back after Carolyn speaks. And then I think probably the way to move forward through this is just sort of get both of these on the table. We'll take them in no certain order, and then look at it that way. And I think to Victor's comment, if the overarching recommendation passes, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then, but at least we can debate both of them. if that's amenable to the group. Okay. Carolyn, I'll give you, you had one last comment or question.
Yeah, so in terms of your asking, how we feel about the direction you're heading here, I would like to make sure I do understand it. My motion is probably a bit more concise and, brief to go through. And it involves, amending the actual ordinance. I think I'm hearing you say that we would go through that exercise. And,
Yes.
and then continue to discuss other recommendations that might go with that. And I personally would really like to do that, because I can't really advocate for what I'm proposing without going through the ordinance. And I've given a brief, introduction to the views that I had, but I do appreciate the opportunity to actually deliberate the ordinance. And so that sounds good to me.
Great. Okay, well, I think we have all had, we've got enough input from everybody on sort of where we stand, so we can get into the nitty gritty of both of those. If everybody, which seemed to be, I'll take silence earlier as tacit approval. Why don't we take, it is 7:42 on my clock. Why don't we come back at 7:55 in 13 minutes? And we will reconvene, and then we'll take each of the motions as they come, and we'll work them, and hopefully we'll have something to conclude and send back to the council at the end. So we'll come back in 13 minutes.
Sounds good.
I was just looking at the forecast. It says we're supposed to get like an inch of rain by tomorrow morning.
It's coming down now. I'm listening to it on my glass ceiling.
And if it's going down down here at the south end, I'm not hearing it through the double pane window here, but sure it will come to us too.
It was kind of crazy with these noise canceling headphones on. I took them off when I stepped away from the desk, and I was like, whoa, it's loud out there. But I'm on a plane to Santa Fe, New Mexico tomorrow mid-afternoon, so where it'll be sunny and dry.
Nice.
Trip or family trip?
We just have some friends that we usually do a annual trip that we haven't. It's been 3 years now because of COVID, but it's out of the way enough that we're gonna try to get together.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. I see that we have 6 of us back. So we'll go ahead and get started. So given the context that we left with, I guess what we'll do is why don't we start? I know we've got 2 proposals. Does someone want to start us off with a motion of some kind, and then we'll start working through this? Carolyn?
Yes, I would like to move that we amend and adopt the draft ordinance and agree on recommendations to the council.
Second.
Okay. Seconded, was that you, Ted?
Yep.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Boatsman and seconded by Vice Chair Weinberg. Okay, Carolyn, I know you had some, we've all given general statements. Do you have some specific amendments that you would like to offer? And what I might suggest is, I don't know if everyone has it up. Do you want to take your amendments as a whole, or do you want to take, because I think you had a couple of them in there, do you want to take them individually? And while you're thinking about that, I just see Victor raised his hand real quick. So Victor.
Well, you know, it's oh, did you want me to answer? Or?
I was just gonna ask, don't you have to vote on the motion that you just was moved and seconded?
No, because what we're doing now is the motion was to approve the draft, and now we're going to make motions to amend it. And then once we've made all the motions to amend, then we will approve the amended motion.
Got it.
Thank you for clarifying that. So Carolyn, back to that. Do you want to make all of your suggestions in a singular motion, or do you want to take them individually?
My recommendation would be to simply go through the ordinance. It's very brief. I have amendments, which I will propose as we go through, and others might have other amendments, which they might propose.
Yeah. So what I might suggest
Mm-hmm.
procedurally is, in order to go through it, why don't you make a motion for each change that you want to make? And then if others have changes that they would like to make, then they can offer up those changes.
I see. Okay, sure.
So I'm just
All right.
trying to bring up your document. I think I accidentally just closed it as I was moving through this stuff. Does everyone have a copy of Carolyn's, or would either Allison, do you want to pull up her document, or do you want me to share it?
I've got it here. I can go ahead and share.
Yeah, that way we can all just be looking at the same thing. So Carolyn, why don't you take us through each? I think at the beginning of that of page 1 of that document, you start with to amend, and you have a number of amendments. So
Could
if
we
you
get
wanna-
larger text on the
Yeah,
screen?
I'm just doing that. How's that?
Thank you. I just as I was saying it, you were doing it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you. Sure. The first thing I have is a new term. Okay, so
Okay,
about
so-
halfway down the page, I would move that we adopt a new term, and you can read it there, or I can read it aloud. I guess I'll go ahead and read it. The new term would be street frontage commercial uses. And the definition of this would be in, Title 1916 with all the other definitions. Businesses that include restaurants, retail, and personal services. My rationale is I think it's better to have a definition of a term than continually try to list all the types of businesses that are allowed in the, the pink zone, pink line zone. Further, a separate definition, lends itself to periodic amendment, which I really think these amendments are going to be needed as to what's allowed. So that's why I'm recommending a term to supplement, to supplant everywhere in the code where we say restaurants, retail, and personal services.
Okay, so there's been a motion to add a new term labeled street frontage commercial uses. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, sure. So I'll second. So, and my understanding is that with each of these things, we're going to be suggesting a motion. Somebody seconds it, we discuss it. We have a discussion about whether we want that to be part of the broader motion that Carolyn brought. And then once we've kind of gotten through the individual amendments on it, we then have an overall vote on the main motion. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the end of this will be to, and this was to Victor's question, we'll then vote on adoption of the entire recommendation that was sent to us as we have amended it through this procedure. So each one of these amendments that Carolyn is going to propose, we'll take individually, determine whether we want it in or out, and then at the end, the final adoption will be the original proposal plus any voted upon amendments.
I guess
Okay,
what,
so-
yeah, but what I'm kind of working on in my head is whether it makes sense to add as an amendment to this whole thing when we get to it, the addenda that essentially captures the broader scope of what Michael Murphy and or Commissioner Murphy and Commissioner Friedman and Commissioner Rashis were espousing before the break. But I guess we can get to that later.
Yeah, so the intent, as I stated it before we left, which is we'll go through this exercise, make amendments to the motion, to the proposal as it was presented, agree whether or not we want to send this as a recommendation to them. And then Mike can make a motion to the effect that he wants to, which would recommend additional action.
I see. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to find some way to merge the two together into one motion, but anyway.
So and this is where I asked for clarity from BO, is that we don't need them to be in a single motion. We can make multiple motions that encapsulate our intent, and it will be delivered as a single product to the council. So the movement and voting upon is strictly structural. At the end, we will send a single recommendation to the council, and it will include everything that we have voted and agreed on.
All right. All right. Sorry for the diversion there. Go ahead.
That's all right. It is confusing when it comes to all these nested and embedded sorts of things. So, okay, we do have a motion on the table around this new term. Carolyn, did you want to add anything more than what you have already stated, or it was pretty clear?
Yes, I do. I'd like to, point out that the motion that we have on the floor is the overarching motion is to, review and amend the code. Let's see, what's my language here? Amend and adopt the draft ordinance and agree on recommendations to the council. So I think we do have an overall motion that, as Ted is asking, combines the two tasks that we're trying to do. The recommendations are part of it.
Understood. In the order in which we take Mike's motion, frankly, whether I do it before I take the main motion or after the main motion is merely structural. The intent is here. So I get it. I just feel like I want to move on and start talking about the motion you just put on the table around the terms. We will get to voting on the amendments that you have so graciously, mentioned as a part of this. Whether we do it before or after we vote on the main motion, frankly, is not material to what it is we want to recommend. It's strictly structural. So I appreciate it being called out. If you can trust me that we're going to get through it, and I'm going to lead you through this process, and we're going to get to where you want to be. It'll be a lot quicker if we just start moving through the amendments that you have prepared in front of everybody. And then we can get to the end and figure out how we want to add in the recommendations that come from Mike and what the best way to do that will be.
Chair, respectfully, Ted asked a question about what the motion was that was on the floor, and I felt it needed to be clarified. And I think that was a worthy effort. And I think I disagree that it doesn't need to be discussed.
Let me be clear.
I'm fully interested in proceeding and getting things done just as well, but I think my comment was worthwhile. So as long as we all understand what the motion is that I made, that's cool. And I'm ready to discuss the amendment. I would, however, request that this, Allison, it turns out that the more useful thing to have on the screen is the actual draft code clean copy. I regret that that's what we really need to be looking at here, not these words. If you would please put that up.
I don't have that right at my fingertips. Sarah or Jeff, are you able to share that more quickly?
I do. Hold on just a second.
Thank you.
I have them here too, if you want me to pull them up.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So the new term that I've proposed is, as you can see, it would replace B1 retail, restaurant, and personal service commercial uses. So.
Okay, so I need to go back to the other thing because I have to read what you wrote, Carolyn. I apologize. Sarah, you don't need to change anything. I just need to pull up the other document.
So indeed, the motion is for a new term. I just wanted to show you on this document, where that is used. So anyway, thank you for putting that up.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to add a term for street frontage with commercial uses. It's been seconded. Is there any other discussion or question related to that amendment?
Yeah, I have a question because I see that term in the clean copy, street frontage commercial uses. And is this where, I assume with these three terms, these three new terms that Carolyn is proposing, they would be the point is to define them and then to use them, is that, and then to see them used over and over again in the ordinance. Is that right?
Yes, and I can see now that it may be a little bit difficult to see the value of defining the new terms until we get to the place in the ordinance where they would be used. Perhaps it would be better, Chair, to go right down to the fourth item that says amend B to read.
Sorry, you're.
Well, I'm sorry, this is a little bit difficult, but Jordan, I think you've asked a really good question, and the answer is yes. Maybe we can just proceed with these 3 new terms, and it might be worthwhile to go ahead and talk about them in advance. So, okay, thank you, Chair.
So let me ask this question of staff. Is there an issue or an unintended administrative issue with adding any additional terms to the definitions section?
I think we could include that with the motion that's on the table as an amendment to that motion, or we could go for another motion, either way.
No, sorry, less concerned about the structure of it. We have a motion on the table to add to add the term as an
Correct.
amendment to the primary motion. My question is that just in the cases of procedural things like terminology in the definition section has a very specific purpose, and I want to make sure that adding this would be congruent with the purpose of defined terms as they exist in the code.
Yeah, I guess I'm not totally clear on where these terms or definitions, if these are amendments to the code, where would these live in the draft that we're looking at right now? And maybe that's what's coming next in terms of the specific amendments. But in that case, then discussing these terms is not actually amending the draft. It's merely context for the amendments that are to come. And perhaps
Yeah.
Commissioner Boatsman can clarify that. I'm not exactly sure what the intent was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could, because by the way, I'm trying to look for B and I'm not finding it in the clean copy of the.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Okay,
For
I'm
B1.
I would like to withdraw my motion to adopt this new term at this time. And I would like to take these amendments in a different order that I think will be more useful for everyone.
Okay, Ted, do you agree with the withdrawal of the motion as the seconder?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
the motion's been withdrawn.
Okay. So if I may make another motion at this time, I would like to amend B on this, what you see on your screen, to read street frontage commercial uses required.
Second.
Okay,
So essentially it involves moving one word, the word required, at
Yes.
the end of the sentence. Okay.
okay,
So
it's been moved and seconded. So go ahead and state your.
Again, this is a chicken or the egg issue. The reason I'm changing it is because of the definition that I proposed, but maybe this is not going to work to deal with each one of these separately, Chair. Maybe I just need to go through my proposed amendments as one motion and explain them. So maybe I
Sorry,
should
before you
withdraw
do
my
that,
motion.
let me ask this question. Has everybody had a chance to look at and review Commissioner Boatsman's amendments that she sent out in email?
Yes.
So I have
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Commissioner Murphy has, I have. So I think we have, everyone has read and is familiar with them, Carolyn. So I think what, and if I can ask of the group, how much additional, I'm fine if you want to submit these as a single, I'm frankly, Carolyn, I'm going off of the conversation we had last week where you wanted to go one by one through everything. And so I was trying to afford you the opportunity to go through each of your recommendations one by one, as you sort of indicated last week, frustration with not being able to do. And so I'm happy to entertain a single motion that would just say, hey, you've presented all of these. It's been indicated by the commission that they've seen and reviewed them. I don't know if you need to go through them one by one, other than if everyone has read them. Would you like to make a motion to all of this and then entertain questions from the group and have discussion around that with the assumption that everybody understands what you've presented? Or
You asking me?
I am, yes, as the
okay.
maker
Yes.
of the
Yes,
motion.
I would like to withdraw my motion. Well, let's see. I have the overall motion on the floor was for the whole package.
Mhm.
And then we were
Correct.
going to take them one by one. I would like to withdraw the motion for the one by one and stick with the entire package.
Mhm.
All at once.
So
And
the amendment that was on the table was to amend item B to read street frontage commercial uses required. And you're proposing to withdraw that. Ted, as the seconder, are you okay with withdrawing that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And
So with that then, Carolyn, the floor is yours if you would like to make a new motion.
Okay, well, the original motion is still on the floor, which is to amend and adopt the draft ordinance and agree on recommendations to the council.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So, all right,
So-
if the staff could put the draft code clean copy back on the screen, I would appreciate it. Okay, I would like to explain what I'm proposing, if this is a good time for that.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
Um,
so go ahead. Are you going to just read into the record the amendments that you submitted in writing, or is it going to be different than that?
those which I've submitted in writing, thank you.
Okay, so if you could make your motion stating that you'd like to propose to amend the proposed, or the what's the right term I'm using for the proposed code to be amended as submitted, and then we can walk through the changes that you've done
Sure.
that have been already reviewed by the group.
Okay. So I will revise my motion to say, I move that we amend and adopt the draft ordinance as submitted in my written proposal and agree on recommendations to the council.
Sorry, you don't have to, it's not the main motion. You're now recommending an amendment to the proposed ordinance.
Okay, well,
To
that
be-
was my motion was to amend and draft the, amend and adopt the draft ordinance and agree on recommendations to the council. That was my motion. That is my motion in writing as well.
Understood. Procedurally, you make a motion to adopt the ordinance as it was presented. And now you are going to propose your amendments that you have submitted in writing.
Mhm.
And when we approve those, the
Okay.
ordinance would then be amended. So the
Okay,
main
I see,
motion,
I see.
the
Okay,
main
so-
motion is on the table. And
Okay.
so the motion you should submit would be to amend the proposed code as follows in your document.
Okay, well then I should best revise my motion. I move that we adopt the draft ordinance.
Yes, we have that on the record.
And if there's a second to that, then I could propose some amendments.
I believe I already seconded it. That was the original.
I never moved that before, but if that's what you know,
That's
if you
what I thought.
seconded, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay. Now. So if we're now discussing the draft ordinance, then I have some amendments to propose to the draft ordinance.
Okay.
If I may make a motion to that effect.
Yes, that's what I've been trying to get at.
Well, yes, I understand that,
Yes.
but now I'm going to do it.
Go
Does
for
that
it.
seem appropriate? Would you like me to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I move that we amend the draft ordinance as per my written submittal.
Okay, and a second.
Okay, and that's been seconded by Commissioner Weinberg. For the record, Allison, if we can just include the written amendments. Carolyn, do you want to speak to and walk through and/or because I know that the group has read and reviewed them, I don't know as if we need to go into the detail of every one, but maybe you could just give an overview quickly, and then we can take questions from the group.
Sure. I am recommending several new terms. Terms that will make the ordinance more understandable, easier to work with, and terms that really should be defined elsewhere rather than trying to define them in the code. The first one is street frontage commercial uses. And I'm proposing that that definition be businesses that include restaurants, retail, and personal services. You will note that that's the list of businesses that we're including in our street frontage required commercial uses. I think it would be more useful to actually have a definition for that term rather than trying to list each type of business every time we're referring to this in the code. Also, we may need to amend that definition as time goes by. We may want to add more types of businesses because certainly right now the list is very small. Okay, so that's the reason for the first term. The second term is assessed value. There is at least one place in the code where we talk about a remodel or redevelopment that is equal to 50% of the current total assessed value as determined by King County. I think the total assessed value of a property is something which should be understood throughout our whole code. Saying it's determined by King County, that's actually not really correct. It's determined by the King County assessor, you know, and again, I don't think that really belongs in our code here. I think we should just say assessed value and define what that means in our definitions in Title 19, 16, along with, you know, hundreds of other definitions. The
Carolyn,
third term, yes?
Sorry, I just saw Allison had raised her hand and I think had a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps Commissioner Boatsman just said this, but I wanted a point of clarification. Are these new terms meant to go into the definition section of the code in 1916-010?
Yes, they are. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
The third term, does anybody have any questions or comments as I go along? I mean, just holler.
That's fine.
Well, yeah, keep going, Carolyn, and then
Okay.
we'll call
All
and
right.
have folks come back to questions.
The third term is gross lot area. Again, this is another term that we use a few times in this code. And there is a definition in Title 19, 16 for gross floor area. And I guess I think this is something that should have some definition elsewhere. And again, we say like here in number 2, it says gross lot area as provided by King County. I don't think those are quite accurate and code language terms. As provided by King County. Well, gross lot area as evidenced by the King County assessor, you know, I think that term should be defined elsewhere. So I'm suggesting for both of these terms, assessed value and gross lot area, you know, those are terms that I believe the staff should define. I mean, we could try to wordsmith it right here if the staff wants to help, but I don't think these are defined appropriately here or used appropriately here in the context. Okay. So moving on to the next amendment that I'm proposing is to amend B. If you would go to the top of this draft code again. Okay. Amend B to say street frontage commercial use is required. If street frontage commercial uses is a term, then this section should start with that term as the topic. And it's pointing out that the code, that this is going to tell you where they're required. Okay. The next thing is B1. This is where I would first start using the new term. B1, street frontage commercial uses are required adjacent to street frontages as shown on figure 2. Okay. Moving on to figure 2, I'm proposing some amendments to the pink line. Does everybody know where the Chevron gas station is at the north end of 77th?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm proposing to remove the pink line from that piece of property in order to preserve gas stations. I'm proposing to remove the 77th Avenue Southeast, south of Southeast 29th, which I think I've already explained those reasons earlier. And I had forgotten about one of our gas stations, the Jackson Shell. So I think that I would have to amend my amendments here. How to do this, Chair?
The station that's on 28th you're talking about, that one's already excluded. It doesn't have a pink line in front of it.
Oh, excuse me, the Southeast.
So Southeast 28th.
Oh,
and they've already been trimmed back. You're cool.
No, that's a Shell, but what about the one that's over nearer to the bookstore? We have a pink line in front of that gas station. And I'm not quite exactly sure where it is on the map.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you
that
go.
one.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's at the intersection of Southeast 29th and 78th. I think we should not have pink lines next to that parcel.
Okay.
So, okay.
If sorry, if the acting clerk, Allison, if you can just mention that that has been added to the amendment that's in front of us.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Sorry, Carolyn, I have a question from Commissioner Friedman.
Okay.
Just one point of clarification.
Mhm.
Isn't the Chevron off of 76th and not 77th?
No, it's 77th.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
it's
the trapezoid at the very north end of 77th there. Yeah.
oh, that one. Okay, that's the Chev. And then I was thinking, we have 2 shells, correct? And
Yep.
yeah, okay, yeah, okay, very good. All right, so then I am proposing to amend, excuse me, I forgot one item. Amend the legend to label the pink line as street frontage commercial use is required instead of retail street frontage. something like that. Okay, I'm proposing to amend B2. If you would scroll down, wait, B2, yeah, hold on here, see where I'm at. Okay, yes, I'm proposing B2 to read, instead of what you see there, I would have liked to provide you a strikeout underline, but I couldn't do that with a PDF, at least I don't know how. So it would start out, parcels subject to street frontage commercial uses are required to provide a minimum floor area ratio FAR equivalent to 0.2623 of the gross lot area for street frontage commercial uses adjacent to street frontages upon redevelopment, et cetera, to the end of, oh wait, sorry. Let me start over. I'll read this again. Parcels subject to street frontage commercial uses are required to provide a minimum floor area ratio, FAR, equivalent to 0.2623 of the gross lot area for street frontage commercial uses adjacent to street frontages upon redevelopment equal to or greater than 50% of the current total assessed value. So I've basically removed as determined by King County from this phrase. Beyond that, I'm suggesting deleting figure 3. Deleting the text, number 3. And deleting figure 4. So together, those last 4 amendments, the rationale for that is that owners of parcels that have redeveloped since 2005 should be subject to the same percentage of street frontage commercial use if they redevelop, which given relatively new construction would not likely be soon. The same amount, i.e. 0.2623, is better than the no net loss which this ordinance requires, which is about 0.11. So it provides additional commercial space.
Makes sense.
Okay. All right. So those are the amendments that I'm proposing.
Okay. I'll do a round robin. Are there any questions or discussion related to the amendments that have been presented? Commissioner Rishish.
Just a point of order. Are we going to vote on all of the amendments as a whole or each one's individually?
They were presented as a whole. So that would be, I in the beginning tried to go through them individually, and knowing that I think that there were some that were more favorable than others. So I think what we have to do is vote on them as a whole. And then if there are any that would like to be introduced individually, we would have to do that. Does that make sense? Great. Commissioner Friedman.
Perhaps somebody on the city staff can refresh my memory, or anyone can refresh my memory on the last, on Carolyn's last proposed amendment. Why were the post 2005 properties excluded from the FAR requirement? I don't remember why, because it.
Okay. Well, the existing code cuts them some slack. The existing code without my amendments says that if you redeveloped your property after 2005 and you decide to do another redevelopment that's more than 50% of the assessed value, you have to keep what you have.
Right.
And it's not as much. It's not as much as what we're asking for. So that's what the council meant when they used the word no net loss. They're saying for the ones that are already developed, they don't have to have 0.2623. They can stick with their 0.11 or whatever. And I'm proposing to delete that and have the 0.2623 apply to all redevelopment.
So
Yeah,
Does that answer your question?
No, I mean,
No?
I
I'm sorry.
I understood your proposed amendment. I'm just trying to understand why they were excluded from that, why they were exempt from the FAR, and why they were given the no net loss
Oh,
distinction.
well,
Commissioner
that's something-
Freeman.
Yeah, Jeff should answer that.
yeah, thank you, Jeff.
So the analysis that was done by CAI came up with a total current and future cumulative need of commercial square footage for the town center. The blue parcel, so the post-2005 parcels were making their current contributions to that whole because those properties in effect were redeveloped. The no net loss provision was included then to maintain their current contributions to the identified whole, while the rest of the parcels on figure 3, I believe it is, the parcels that are highlighted in blue would then contribute at an FAR of 0.2623. So the 0.2623 redeveloped parcels plus the existing post-2005 redevelopment parcels at their current provision of commercial square footage would equal that total number identified in the analysis. That is the reason why the no net loss provision for the post-2005 parcels was applied to those parcels.
So that kind of presumes, if I understand correctly, that kind of presumes that if it implies that if those post-2005 developments were to redevelop at the 0.26 FAR, that we would have too much retail space. Was that the consultant's conclusion that we would exceed the sweet spot and amount of retail space in the downtown core?
In essence, yes, although that wasn't a specific recommendation from the consultant, but yes, you're hitting on the punchline. Another way of achieving the whole would be to take all the parcels identified on the blue map, figure 3, plus the post-2005 parcels, and essentially the FAR would decrease for all the parcels then, including the post-2005 ones, to redevelop at a new FAR standard, if that makes sense.
I couldn't follow that. Could you run us by us again, please?
If the post-2005 development parcels, to achieve the whole, the total whole, which is the current supply plus the future demand, if all the parcels, including the post-2005 parcels, so the blue map plus the orange map, figure 3 plus figure 4, were to redevelop from their current state today to a redeveloped state in the future, then the FAR number would in effect be lower because you would have those post-2005 parcels contributing to commercial space at a higher rate than their current state of being. So this exact conversation we're having right now was a subject of discussion with the council.
Okay.
And rather than on the premise that the post-2005 parcels were unlikely to redevelop on a 25 to 30 year time horizon, which was generally the time horizon that was being used in the discussions with the city council, the decision was made then to elect to go with a higher FAR for a lower number of parcels, which is the blue map, and then institute a no net loss provision then for those parcels that have redeveloped post 2005.
So
So it's two different ways of achieving the same bottom line number, essentially. And council discussed both ways and elected for what's been presented to you in the code amendments in figure 3 and figure 4. A higher FAR for the blue parcels and then a no net loss for the orange parcels.
And again, if we applied the same 0.26 FAR to all of them, as Commissioner Boatsman is proposing, the theory, the analysis is that would be too much retail space. That would be detrimental to the economy of Mercer Island.
You would be overshooting the whole. That is correct.
Although the time horizon on that, I think
It's kind of an academic exercise.
in the exercise, in the mathematics that they use, it makes sense for why they calculated it. But the reality is that in 50 or more years, when those buildings are redone, we'll have recalculated the math anyway, because the demand will be so much different. So
Yes.
that's kind of my take. Let me go to Commissioner Weinberg, or was that the point you were going to make?
That's the exact point I was going to make. It's kind of like in the 35 years between now and 2055, when the first 2005 construction is likely to hit its 50-year mark and be ready for reconstruction, or likely to reconstruct. We will have revisited this number so many times in the next 35 years that there's no point in giving the 2005 and later properties a break from the FAR. It makes total sense to have the FAR be across the board, as Carolyn's recommending.
Yeah. Carolyn, before I go back to, do you have a question specifically about this, or are you going to go back to something else?
Well, like anyone else, I have questions and comments I would like to make. So if it's a good time to do it, I will.
Let me, since you went through everything that you had first, let me just make sure there aren't any other questions from the group that were pending from your presentation, and then we'll come back. Commissioner Ashish or Commissioner Murphy, do you have any comments or questions based on the what was presented by Commissioner Boatsman? None. Okay, go ahead, Carolyn. I just want to make sure to cover the wheel.
Yeah, my comments were about this very specific matter that Jeff was explaining to us, or questions perhaps. So when we consider these parcels that have developed more recently, and consider that the council has, recommended that there be a no net loss provision applied to them, is it likely that they're only contributing about 0.11 FAR for this type of retail? Or are they likely to have quite a bit more than that?
No, we've actually measured it. It's about 0.11 for the ones that have redeveloped since so far.
But so the 0.11 is for those that have redeveloped, not for the whole town center.
That's my understanding from what Jeff.
Oh, okay. Is it okay? Thank you. So it truly is quite a bit smaller. All right.
It was the average. The 0.11 was the average of the the post 2005 parcels.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
It wasn't a static. It was not a static 0.11 for every post 2005 parcel. It was the average of
average. Right. Okay. And then let's see. So in terms of by requiring the same FAR for all buildings, whether they've recently developed or not, it sounds like we're increasing the amount of, commercial space, but as others have pointed out, that ain't going to happen for a heck of a long time on those newer developments. But keep in mind, we're also proposing to pull a few pink lines off the map. So there would be a little bit less retail if we pull it away from the gas stations. And if you concur that it should be pulled away from 77th Avenue. Okay.
Well, and reducing the pink lines just reduces the retail frontage, but doesn't reduce the FAR. So that property would still be subject to FAR, but it just wouldn't have to have it, right up against the street.
Well, it wouldn't have to have the type of retail that we're talking about either. I mean, it would have the option. My understanding is the pink line is required certain type of retail.
Okay.
You remove the pink line, commercial is not required, it's an option. Is that correct, staff?
if you, the pink line map in and of itself isn't going to drive the FAR up or down. But if you start removing gas station, for example, if you remove the same parcels that you're discussing on the pink line map from figure 3, which is the parcel that has, or excuse me, which is the map that has parcels shaded in blue. If you start removing blue parcels from that map, then you will in effect start to drive the FAR up in doing the same calculation, because your denominator in that equation will be smaller.
I don't think I've heard anyone propose removing the blue parcels, but what I'm proposing is just having the same FAR for all parcels. But just pointing out that where there's no pink line, they don't have to have the special commercial development that we're talking about. So the overall amount in the town center goes down. It doesn't
It's not-
change it on one lot, but it just reduces in the entire town center.
Carolyn, it's not the pink line, it's the blue box that makes it require the commercial use.
The blue
Okay,
box, right, requires the,
The blue box requires the FAR. I think the pink just indicates which street fronts need to have retail up against them, right?
my amendment deletes figure 3, which has the blue boxes in it. Because when you get done stripping this code down, it simply says all the parcels that are subject to the street frontage requirement have to have 0.2623 FAR.
Yeah. So your proposal, as I understand it, removes the blue box map and instead uses the language that any parcel adjoining a lot from the modified pink line map are the ones that are subject to the FAR, which would indeed
Yes.
change the calculation of the total retail that would end up being required. And if you wanted to reconcile the math, you would have to increase the FAR for those remaining parcels in order to have the equation commute the right way.
And, you know, the estimates that we're working with, what retail do people want? How much space is there going to be? We don't know what developers are going to do with their property. We don't know what's happening with the economy. I mean, I think these things are all just, you know, estimates anyway. So I'm not personally super concerned about this amendment resulting in too much retail.
Okay. All right. So we have a series of proposed amendments in front of us as presented by Commissioner Boatsman. Before I take a vote, is there anybody who wishes to sort of speak in favor or against, or does the group, if I hear nothing, we'll just take a vote.
Well,
Okay, hearing none.
oh, I have my hand up.
Sorry, I just saw it come up. You have something else that hasn't been spoken yet,
Well,
Caroline?
actually,
or-
I have a concern that there might be an error in one of my phrases. If you would give me a couple of minutes to look at it, I'd like to do that before you take a vote.
Is it a material change or what's?
Well, I'll have to look at it in order to tell you, but I see something that concerns me. So if you give me a minute, I will look at it.
Yeah, all right.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I did have an error in one of my phrases. Would you like me to explain that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Ted. Sorry, you have a question?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so where I say amend B2, okay?
Yep.
Do you want to have the staff put that up, or? It's not that critical. I have a few extra words in there which should be deleted. So I can read to you what it should say if you'd like.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have it up, so I can see it.
okay. So it should say parcels subject to street frontage commercial uses are required to provide a minimum floor area ratio FAR equivalent to 0.2623 of the gross lot area for street frontage commercial uses upon redevelopment equal to or greater than 50% of the current total assessed value. The extra words that were in there that are deleted are adjacent to street frontages. I sort of had it in there twice somehow. So those are the 4 words that are deleted. So now it reads correctly. Okay, thanks.
All right, so hearing that, I don't hopefully Allison, you got that as a note to amend that. Any other?
Yes, I've got it.
Great, thank you, Allison. Any other comments or questions for Carolyn?
So I presume that what we're about to do is to vote on the entirety of Carolyn's motion. And then there would be a discussion on the other motion that had a larger group of us that were in support of it. Is that kind of a correct preview of what's about to come?
Yes, so there's a series of amendments that have been proposed. We're going to vote on whether or not we approve or deny. I'll then open the floor if anybody else would like to make another amendment to the main to the main proposal that we have been considering. And then ideally, the way we do that is we would then vote on whether or not we're going to make the recommendation to the council based on the proposed code changes that were presented to us. And then presumably there's another motion from Commissioner Murphy in there somewhere related to his recommendations that he would like to make to the council, in addition to whatever decision we make related to the code amendments that are in front of us. Make sense?
I understand. Yeah, I guess a question then for Commissioners Murphy and Rashis. Would you guys rather that are you happy with the idea of sending forward two proposals to council, which is what we might be ending up doing here, or would you rather that we add an amendment to the one that's currently on the table that essentially encompasses the broader scope of what you guys were thinking of doing, so that's one proposal to them? Do you have a preference?
Why don't we take a vote and actually see whether?
I think we should vote. Oh, excuse me, Victor, go ahead.
No, I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah,
Take a vote and that'll answer your question.
Okay, I just consider we take a vote and if it fails, that we end up with just one proposal and it's the broader thing. But okay,
Yeah,
okay with us like staying the
having
course.
said that, Ted,
Right.
there could be amendments to my motion that might incorporate some of the items that Carolyn has raised to incorporate in that. In fact, I've already tweaked mine to incorporate one of them.
Great. So, all right, hearing that, Allison, if you don't mind, I'd like to call for a vote. And if you don't mind doing a roll call here. And again, to be clear, the vote here is either yay or nay for the amendments as proposed by Commissioner Boatsman.
Okay, Commissioner Rashis,
Nay.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Weinberg,
Yay.
Commissioner Murphy,
No,
Commissioner Boatsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
No,
Chair Hubble.
No. Okay, thank you. The motion fails 2-4 for the totality of this. Before I call for a vote on the main motion, are there any other additional motions to amend the code as presented? Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Boatsman, go ahead.
I would like to amend B1B, the minimum required depth of commercial uses along street frontages to be 32 feet instead of 16 feet.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to amend B1B to read 32 feet. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Weinberg. Carolyn, do you want to quickly say, I think it speaks for itself, but is there anything you want to add?
Not really. I'm just suggesting to double that depth and as a minimum.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to pull it back up. B1B, great. Okay, any other comments for or against the proposed amendment? Okay, hearing none. Allison, if you wouldn't mind taking a roll call vote on the proposed amendment to amend B1B to a distance of 32 feet.
Okay, Commissioner Rachis,
Nay.
Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Friedman,
No.
Vice Chair Weinberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Yes.
Chair Hubble.
It doesn't matter what I vote because we don't have a we wouldn't have a total anyway. So I'll just say no then. Okay, before we go to the main motion, Carolyn, do you have any other amendments you'd like to propose?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. Does anyone else have any amendments that they would like to propose? All right, Allison, going to you. I'm going to call for a vote on the main motion to recommend to the City Council adoption of MICC 19.11.020B to be repealed in its entirety and replaced as follows. That's the long-winded version of what Carolyn had proposed earlier. I just wanted to get the citation in there from the top of the code. Allison, if you wouldn't mind taking a vote.
Okay, Commissioner Boatsman,
No.
Chair Hubble,
No.
Commissioner Friedman,
No.
Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Rachis,
Nay.
Vice Chair Weinberg.
No.
Throws me off when there's only 6, Allison. I keep waiting for you to call the next person. Okay, the motion fails 0-6. Commissioner Boatsman, is that still your same hand from before, or did you re-raise your hand?
I'm sorry. I forgot to take it down. Yeah.
That's okay. I've
Sorry.
started to learn that Zoom puts them up in order for me, so I can kind of pay attention, which is
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Commissioner Murphy, I have your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to bring a motion, which is essentially a slightly revised version of the draft motion that I circulated. And Allison, do I have screen sharing privileges as well?
That is an excellent question. I believe you do.
There should be a big green button at the bottom that says share
Yeah,
screen.
that's,
Yep.
I wasn't sure if that would work for me, but
Yeah, if you've got the button, it should work. Just go for it.
okay. This is, the redlining is what I've done here, listening, and essentially it's pretty much the same, except the first three sections are converted to findings. D is eliminated, and Part D is just reworded slightly based on the findings. We recommend the following actions. Based on the discussion about the no net loss in the existing proposal, I've included some language in D sub 2C, which is designed to reflect what I think is a consensus that the post 2005 development be subject to the same rules that would apply to parcels with no retail. So if they redeveloped in the future, they'd be subject to the rules the other parcels are subject to. So based on those changes, I would make this motion.
Okay, before I ask for a second, if I can get an opinion by the city attorney on the way that the findings have been called out in this draft. Does that meet your needs for an appropriate motion, or would you request that items A through C be not included in the motion, but could certainly be included as basically how does this sit with you?
What my recommendation is to discuss a motion for the findings, A, B, C, and D, and then vote on that motion. Based on that outcome of the vote, you can decide to make a motion for the recommendation part, which I understand to be section E, and then vote on that. And then you can combine the two, the findings and recommendations, and send that to the city council as, as a group, or, as what the planning commission is sending back to the council for consideration.
So if I can just summarize the statement, you'd like us to vote on the findings, which in the draft he has here would be A, B, and C. And then based on the outcome of those agreeance of those findings, then put forward a motion that would describe the recommended actions.
Correct, yes. And I see that that's been revised here from A, B, C, D, E to just A, B, C, D. So yes, you're correct.
Great. Commissioner Murphy, does that make sense to you?
Yes.
From an operational perspective?
Yeah.
So do you want to modify your motion before we continue?
Yes, I will so modify it. Do you want me to do that in real time here on paper, or should we just?
No, basically all I'm asking is your motion would be for us to consider approval of the findings labeled A, B, and C.
Yes.
And then we'll just have a conversation about that. And then basically what we're doing for the record is saying that we agree to these findings. once we've agreed to the findings, then we can agree on an action that we think should be taken based on those findings.
Yeah, I'll second this motion for A, B, and C findings. If that helps.
We get the print larger on the screen, please.
Yes.
Chair, can I jump in, cut in line here for a moment?
Sure, Jeff.
Beal, this is a question for you. Given that Commissioner Murphy is showing us a document that he is currently only in possession of, should he be reading his findings into the record here at this meeting?
That's not necessary since he's sharing the record, and this is being recorded. And the only thing we'd ask is that Commissioner Murphy then, send the version that's approved or discussed to Allison so that we can have this on the record.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Thank you.
That's a great question, Jeff. Thank you. I appreciate the covering our legal behind. Okay, so is it my understanding, Commissioner Murphy, that you've moved the findings A, B, and C for consideration by the council?
Yes.
And Commissioner Weinberg, you've seconded that?
Yep.
Great. Do you want to, Mike, sort of go through the findings here first briefly, and then we'll take commentary from the group?
Yeah, I think, we've been through this a couple times, but just to briefly go back over it, the main concern is that given the nature of the existing retail intensive parcels, their age primarily, and is that they are likely to redevelop much sooner than many of the others. And so there will be a significant loss of retail for an extended period of time in the town center, because the parcels that would over 40 or 50 years might make up this loss are not likely to redevelop on a similar timeline. The other concern is that the proposal does not adequately address parking and may actually exacerbate it. Comment on what Ted said earlier, which I think is well taken, that in an urban area, we're likely to see parking go up or down. There's two problems or 3 points to be made there. We are not really in an urban area. We're more suburban, and we have more space to work with than they do in downtown Seattle or downtown Bellevue. And so I think we've got more flexibility there. Secondly, the issue, if you try to put parking above grade, that is, for example, on the second floor, that creates a whole host of problems with screening and appearance. And that, from my experience, you get more fights over that than almost anything. And the third point is that because we have a limit on floor height, if you build parking on the second floor, you end up with one floor of probably one floor of residential, and the whole thing is not commercially viable. So I think that addressing parking more systemically here, or programmatically, is very important because of some of those factors. And as we've talked about, the proposal does not address optimal design and configuration. I appreciate Carolyn's effort to increase the depth, but I don't think just sort of a broad brush approach to that is warranted. I think the better approach is to look at that more systematically with appropriate design, professional, and developer input. And then the third point is that because of the problems that we've talked about and identified, the concern I have is that we're going to be back dealing with this in 2 to 3 years, when it all of a sudden dawns on everyone that we're losing, or by that point have lost due to vesting, significant retail in the town center, with little hope of it coming back in anybody's lifetime.
Okay. Any comments, questions, or discussion on the first three? I'll also entertain any amendments if anyone has an amendment to the three findings. Carolyn.
Okay, on A, I don't agree that what you're saying is an unintended consequence here is indeed an unintended consequence of the draft code were it to be adopted. What you're talking about here would happen regardless of whether the floor area ratio is 0.2623 or something else. I think that's independent, that existing retail parcels, depending on the market and what their owners decide to do with their property, may or may not continue with their existing retail activities. So I don't think this is something that we can try to control with our regulations.
Well, that's what land use is all about. I don't know how else to answer that question. The other point to keep in mind, Carolyn, is that we're not telling anybody that, we're not telling, for example, Walgreens that they have to keep what they have there. They can redevelop that parcel, and there could be significant residential on top of retail there. So their ability to redevelop it is not inequitably affected. It is affected to some extent by having some form of modified no net loss on the retail, but they can still redevelop their property significantly.
How does adopting the FAR of 0.2623 cause these properties to redevelop sooner?
Because the adoption of it would create a window of opportunity. Well, first of all, there's nobody saying that it will happen sooner or later. But once a land use regulation like this is changed, and there is now a window of opportunity, and for example, if someone wants to redevelop Islandia, then they would, with this in place, and if they desire to jettison significant portions of the retail, they would get their project vested, and then that'd be it. So it can accelerate development in the broader sense. If development is not economic, it's not going to happen. But we don't necessarily try to time the market any more than you can really time investments in the stock market.
Yeah, I don't agree with this finding. I just don't see that the proposal causes the unintended consequence that you're referring to. So I would not be in favor of that one.
Okay, Vice Chair Weinberg.
Nope, I just muted myself. I think one thing that we're facing here is that you guys are both right. Commissioner Murphy's finding, or the finding that's on the screen that was originally authored by Commissioner Murphy, is correct that the code as it's currently written incentivizes people to or allows people to essentially develop property that reduces their retail. I think also Carolyn is right that this change, the FAR change that's being proposed, doesn't cause that incentive to accelerate or decelerate or change in any way. But the underlying problem that that people can develop their land and reduce the retail is still there. So I think it's more of a finding on the current code than it is a finding of a problem with the change that's being proposed. Does that kind of make sense?
No.
I
In a word, no.
think it.
I mean, it may be partially correct. In fact, it is correct that the current code is even worse than the FAR. I agree with that. So yeah, if that's what you're saying, that is a true statement.
Okay.
And that's why part of this proposal is to extend the moratorium to the entire town center while we finalize this process.
Okay, let me go to Commissioner Friedman and then Commissioner Ashish.
I read the finding differently. I think it's pretty clear that the unintended consequence is the loss of retail. It's not, it's, and you know, this revised ordinance does drive that, to Commissioner Murphy's point. So it's not that the FAR, it's not the number of the FAR that drives it. It's the totality of the ordinance that would incentivize, as Commissioner Weinberg says, as Vice Chair Weinberg said, it would drive a loss of retail, and that is the unintended consequence. So, but I did, related to that, and I think Vice Chair Weinberg just answered my question. We might have had this conversation in a previous meeting, but as the code is written today, the owner of the property on which QFC sits could knock it down and redevelop, and we would lose a grocery store. That's an accurate statement? Okay, so it does, in my mind, obviously that puts a sense of urgency on this. As uncomfortable as I am with these proposed changes to the ordinance, I do hope that the city council listens to us if we go with Commissioner Murphy's findings here. But I also, I hope we can turn right around and solve the broader problem of the loss of, because it's not just about something analogous to a FAR. It's also the fact that there are certain retail businesses that, like a grocery store, where it requires a much bigger amount of retail space. So how do we fairly build that into our city code?
Victor's up, and then Carolyn's on deck.
So a point of clarification for Vice Chair Weinberg. The current town center moratorium, the area south of 29th or Jackson Shell, is zoned multifamily residential. There is no zoning for, there is no commercial or retail zoning there. So just want to make sure that's understood.
Okay, Carolyn.
Well, I just want to point out that the first sentence in A does say that the current town center proposal, i.e. referring to the draft, is the thing that has the unintended consequences, in case that was something that was, I think I heard someone say that maybe it wasn't trying to indicate that it was the draft, but that is what it says. So I have yet to hear a reason why proposing the FAR in the places where it's proposed causes existing retail to want to redevelop. But Is that the wording you want it to be? It's this current town center proposal, Mike? Or was that to be amended?
The second line of A.
Yeah, no, I know what she's saying, but is there a misunderstanding about what that is? Because that's different from I think Ted's point and Jordan's point, and that is that the existing code what I think I hear Ted and Jordan saying is that the existing code has the same problem, and maybe it's a more accurate thing to say, and the FAR proposal does not solve that.
Yes.
Then maybe that's what you want to say then.
Yes, that's what we'll say then.
So if I could offer, just based on what you said, where you say is likely to have certain unintended consequences, maybe that could be rephrased as that the current town center proposal is unlikely to resolve
the existing unintended consequences, maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
Or just the.
Those are not unintended consequences. That just
No,
doesn't solve an existing problem.
Right. That's where I'm going, is unlikely to is unlikely to resolve potential loss of retail in the town center. So kind of almost striking that whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That seems to be more accurate to what several people said.
Yes.
But I still don't agree with A, because this was not part of the task we were given for this particular planning commission project. Solving that problem was not our task.
Okay. Commissioner Friedman, is that a new hand or is that your old hand?
Sorry, it's old.
Not meaning to call you old, but Commissioner Weinberg.
I
you have your
wanted to
hand up?
circle back to the comment that Commissioner Rashis made a moment ago about the area south of 29th being multifamily residential and not commercial. Have we addressed that concern in the changes that we just made to section A here, or could you rephrase that to make sure that we're capturing the point you were making?
So, oh, sorry, go ahead, Victor, and then I have an answer to that. So,
Well, the question was, we were talking about current code,
Yeah.
and the reminder was, it had nothing to do with what's on the screen. The reminder was current code calls for something completely different, which is multifamily residential. As a result, City Council has made the FAR proposal, which we are now reacting to. And our reaction to that says there are some unintended consequences, or it's unlikely to solve the problem. But I just wanted to be clear, because we were arguing about current code and how much retail could exist under current code. Under the current code, south of 29th, there is zero retail that is zoned there.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
so with the nuance, and either Allison or Jeff, you can correct me. There's zero retail required below 29th, but it is allowed with that zoning. So what this exercise in the proposal, I believe, is with the pink lines map, would actually make it a requirement in those areas. The zoning does allow for it, but it's just not required, which, to Victor's earlier comment, builders are going to go to the lowest common requirement. So there's unlikely to be any retail added to those, or any significant retail.
And in previous meetings, I've asked Jeff to give me an example of developers who have gone above and beyond the code, and I don't believe he's come up with one. So evidence says no.
Jeff and Allison, did I
So-
correctly represent that?
Yes.
Yeah, with the exception that along 80th Avenue, it is a multifamily area below south of 30th. I have the map if anyone would like me to share it, just to show the different sub areas of town center.
I don't I don't know if it's super
Might be a
relevant in that.
distraction. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in that retail is allowed everywhere, and it's only really required where for
lines.
the sake of this conversation, it's only really required where the pink lines are. So, Carolyn, is that a new hand?
Just scroll that, yeah, could you scroll that up a little bit, please, so I can look at it again? Thanks.
So we'll-
Never mind, thank you.
Okay. So we've had a couple of edits. I will, for the sake of process, assume that those were taken as friendly amendments, Commissioner Murphy, to your original proposal.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other comments or changes proposed to the three findings as indicated on the screen by A, B, and C?
Yes, I'd like to speak about B. Okay.
Okay.
Give me a moment now to move to that one. So I don't agree that it's a problem that the proposal does not address parking. I think it's been I really appreciated the draft ordinance decoupled parking from the incentive to provide the kind of retail or the kind of commercial business that is desired. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a very good idea to pit two things that you want against each other. It was like, gee, if you put in parking, you don't have to put in as much of the retail we want, and vice versa. So I was very pleased to see that decoupled from the requirement for a certain type of commercial space. We also have, the council has a RFP out for, maybe this has already been awarded, for a very substantial parking study, which I think is the appropriate way to determine what parking is needed, not tangling up with how much retail space is required.
Okay. Commissioner Ashish.
Two comments. One is on the section A. The last sentence just reads a little bit funny, so it just needs just a wordsmith. Unlikely to solve the potential significant loss of retail in the town center for the foreseeable future and not achieve the results. It's either will not or will likely not or something along those lines. The second comment is a response to Commissioner Boatsman's comment. I vehemently disagree. We are putting up buildings with no thought to where parking is going to go. It is putting massive pressure on surface lots in the town center. And this idea of we're going to require more retail, more commercial in the town center, but we're not going to give any thought or we're not going to give any synchronized thought to parking is madness.
I see you, Commissioner Murphy, that I think, Victor, if we can go back, the recommendation maybe was to change that and not right there where your mouse is to something of the
Will not,
phrase of-
will likely not, something, it's, to me, it
Yeah.
reads odd. I don't know if it reads odd to anyone else.
Yeah, it is odd.
I think the and still needs to be there, actually.
It does. I liked likey.
What's that?
I liked likey better.
Yeah, likey's good.
Carolyn, is that a new hand or?
Yeah. The parking study does, one of its goals is to determine what are the problems with retail development or commercial development, what parking is needed. And that study is going to be used to come back and add to the code what is needed.
That study is coming out next year. We're discussing a proposal now.
Yep.
Yeah, and I would respond also to that, Carolyn, is I don't know if you've gone back and looked at the parking studies that they've already done as recently as 2016. And it's not clear what the new study is going to do to add to that information. And the other problem is that these codes really have to work in tandem. And I think it's really a mistake to try to piecemeal them, because it really does a disservice to any kind of coherent development. And we're not necessarily going to do anything. We're just proposing that it be considered and that some what could be fairly modest additional requirements be added that would quickly and easily address probably the most significant parking issues.
Parking study is about an 11-page document. It does explain in great detail what's going to be included in that study. And it addresses all the sorts of things we're talking about.
So the last one.
What, could you repeat, please? The last one,
The last one,
which is,
2016.
oh, I'm talking about the new study that's going to occur in 2022. Parking study.
I understand that.
Okay. So that will
So-
be addressing the sorts of issues you're raising. But B says that the proposal is likely to result in retail that will not be viable. And we're likely to see empty storefronts because of the parking. So these 1 and 2 are the reasons for that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there are parking requirements already, and those are going to continue to be in effect until anything is changed. And the proposal did not change the parking. So how does the proposal, the draft ordinance, result in something that will not succeed because of parking requirements?
So
All
if
it
you
did was change the, requirements for
If you
FAR.
go back to my prior memo, one of the problems with the FAR requirement is that it gobbles up a great deal of the ground floor space, forcing parking primarily underground because you're not going to put parking on the second floor, or not likely to. And that is not desirable from a retail restaurant standpoint. I think if you were a customer of Freshies, you might vividly understand, while there were other problems there, I think parking was a huge factor in their demise. And so, I mean, that's a really classic example of why you need accessible parking for retail and restaurants. But that's the problem we're trying to address here, or that's the problem we're identifying and asking the council to revisit this with parking in consideration because of the close correlation between the success of retail and restaurants and their accessible parking.
Maybe want to word it that there is a problem with the parking not being considered or whatever it is, but it's not related to the draft ordinance.
I would make the argument that the first statement of number one, which is the proposal just doesn't address it. And therefore it exacerbates the ongoing problems, and that, I mean, that's the way I read how this is positioning itself. Ted.
Yeah, I mean, in section A up above, I think we were looking at something that was an existing problem that it wasn't being exacerbated by the proposed changes, but that was not addressed by it. In section B, I think it is exacerbated. I kind of in a picture in my mind, grabbing a ball of dough and squeezing it, and it kind of squirts out the top and squirts out the bottom. Either the parking goes up a level or goes down a level. So I think it is something that's exacerbated if it's not addressed in the scope of this. I don't think there's any harm in our listing it here as a finding. I just want to make sure we're managing everyone's expectations carefully here, that it's not something that the council is likely to address. They're going to say, yep, we got an RFP for that next question. But I'm okay with having this in our findings because I think it is accurate.
Okay. So with that, I want to make one last call. Are there any other proposed updates or amendments to what Commissioner Murphy has presented?
You may have something on number 2 there. I'm just looking at it here. I don't find this to be a problem associated with the draft code, that it doesn't address the depth and configuration of the viable optimal retail space, because that's flexibility is the key. If you give somebody a minimum and they can work with that and do more, let them take it from there. I wouldn't be opposed to, greater depth, but if you have the increased far, they're going to end up having to make it deeper anyway, just to provide the space. That could be a recommendation, increase the depth, but I don't agree that that was the purpose of the draft ordinance, to somehow provide optimal design. That should be the developer's bailiwick and the design commission.
Carolyn, I agree with you. And maybe I was not completely artful in drafting that, but that was really addressing the point that creating just a fixed percentage on the ground floor does not address the types of concerns that you are expressing, and which I agree with. And that's why in the recommendation section, I propose that staff enlists, get input from designers, architects, and developers to see if they're, see what is appropriate for some of those factors that would go into the actual code language.
I probably was, erred in becoming overly interested in how deep the space is. I probably don't really care about that much at all. But no, my position is we don't need to specify those details. And I am very comfortable with simply a percentage of the lot size being required for this type of commercial use, and then let them take it from there. I don't agree with trying to specify anything at all.
Victor?
I'll go back to an earlier comment. The experience has shown that developers will build to the minimum. And I think the point here in B2 is that you can win the battle and lose the war. You can actually get your required amount of retail space, but it can be built in such a way where it is unusable for the desired uses that businesses and residents of Mercer Island want. And so I think the point here, or the finding here, is that we might be creating unusable space through this FAR that we're using, and the ask or the action below is find an expert who can actually tell us how to actually create desirable, usable space in our town center. Because as I pointed out earlier, in the Xinghua development that's being planned and will be developed, we have a bunch of unusable space.
Okay, one last call on any changes to A, B, and C being recommended.
Yes, I have something to say about C. I mean, this is just great. The city should revisit this issue periodically. I don't see this as a problem. These are very rough estimates that we're giving to what is desired and what is needed and where is it going to fit. And should be done every so often.
Okay, Victor, is that a new hand or is that your old one?
It's a new hand.
Okay,
It
ahead.
is a counterpoint to the one that was just made. Let me put my business owner hat on. If this code is being revised and revisited every 2 to 3 years, the town center becomes an undesirable place to do business, because the one thing that a business owner needs is they need certainty about the space that they're in. And if there's not certainty about the space that they're in, it's not a place that they want to do business.
You make a good point, and I think what I'm envisioning is that, you know, I do think even in a perfect world, this should be revisited every 5 years. So when I looked at this, I thought, well, of course you want to revisit this, you know. Okay, 2 to 3 years is a small number because Mike is envisioning that this is not going to work very well at all. We're going to have to come back very soon. So perhaps we're talking about different things, apples and oranges.
Ted?
That's a question for Victor. What do you think is the right frequency? Do you think that we should set the rules once and never touch them for 1,000 years? Or do you think that should be revisited every 15 years? Or what would you recommend?
A long period of time. It should be decades. Obviously, never is not reasonable and is ridiculous.
Thank you.
But short of that, you want certainty in the space that you are operating. I will give you the business example.
Mm-hmm.
We are being asked to make investments in our business. Many of you have been in our business. Carpet needs to be replaced, air conditioning, you know, we probably need all of that. Not willing to do it if I don't know that that space isn't going to be there 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. These are large investments that we need to make. And if I feel like the ground is shifting beneath my feet, I will not make those investments. And if I can't make those investments, I can't run my business. And if I can't run my business, I won't be there.
So I guess that I would like to try and find some way to build into the recommendation that we send to council something that ensures that the rules that we're creating have an opportunity to get looked at again in the future. I'm not sure how far in the future that needs to be, whether it's, you know, a generation, 25 years.
No,
Or
they have to be looked at every so many years under growth management. So, you know, there's a statutory framework for that.
You're talking about the development codes that have to be reviewed every 7 years?
I don't have the timeline on top of my head. Maybe Allison or Jeff have that. But, you know, there's a schedule where you revisit your comp plan and development code. And we just went through the annual, you know, update, you know, docket.
Yeah, I mean, I would offer to say that no council can bind any future council from making a decision. So the reality is it's a question of, do you institutionalize a rhythm of review? But quite frankly, all the next council has to do is go in and remove that provision, and then it goes away. So it's the whole question of timing certainly is something we can bring up as a conversation. I do think it warrants in the context of the way it's written here, which is essentially by moving forward with the actions that have been presented, we will find ourselves in a position where we will have to review the code again. And that creates uncertainty, and therefore all the things that Victor mentioned, I think, will be consequences of moving forward with the proposal as it was presented to us. And so I think that's the uber point that was trying to be made. I think it's worthy of saying, of course, we should review all of our codes at regular intervals, but to the point of view, Commissioner Murphy, there are channels by which there's already an an institution in place that allows that to happen. Carolyn, let me go to you, and then I'll go to Ted, and then I do want to get, I'm looking at the time, it's 9:45, and I know there's another proposal for the actual recommendations that will probably take some discussion. So I'd like to move to a vote soon on the whatever we're calling these, the findings, and then we'll move on to the next. So Commissioner Weinberg, did you have a comment?
Yeah, sure. So the review of the development codes that's scheduled for next year, is that just residential development codes, or is that also going to include the town center development codes?
I believe what we have on the work plan will be an evaluation of the residential codes that we updated a few years ago. And then there will be a subsequent review of what updates might need to happen based on that review. But next year, I believe is only the review that's scheduled. Jeff, is that correct?
For residential, that's correct.
Okay, so in terms of the planet that's orbiting around that has the when we review the town center code, when is it scheduled to come by next? Is it 5 years from now, or is it 7 years from now, or is that coming soon?
So the next periodic update of the comprehensive plan is due to the state by mid-2024. That's on the work program to commence next year. Part of that exercise, part of the implementation of that periodic update is to ensure internal and external consistency of our comp plan with other related codes and other types of plans. So there will be some review as part of that process, and then any necessary work on the town center plan or on other development codes as a result of the periodic update will follow the comp plan.
Okay, so it sounds like the point in section C on this document that's saying we don't want to have to review this in 2 or 3 years. It sounds like there will be an opportunity to review it in a couple of years when we have that overall comprehensive plan review. But I do agree with the point that's in item C here, which is that we shouldn't pass something that's going to necessitate it's being reviewed in 2 or 3 years. If we can actually build something here that can be good enough that it doesn't need to be reviewed in 2024, or at least not significantly changed in 2024, I think that's a good thing to include in the findings. Does that kind of help address what we're discussing here in section C? Because that'd be a question for Victor and for, I think, Carolyn, right?
Well, I see this one being addressed as a recommendation, and this one here is stated as a finding. And I mean, I think from Mike's perspective and several others, this is a finding. So I guess I would suggest just leaving it alone. And then if there's a recommendation about some more overarching, periodic evaluation, I think that should come under the recommendations heading. But thank you, Ted, for trying to put that together.
Victor?
So to answer your question, Ted, you've been on this island for 40 years. My family's been here for 50 years. We both know that this town center has been zoned commercial for most of that time. Somewhere along the way in recent history, I think 2016, we as a city started to mess with the zoning in this town center. And the southern half of the town center got zoned out and became multifamily residential. And since then, we've been trying to fix it, and we've been messing with this code. So to the extent that we need to fix this once and for all and make sure that what we have is a commercial zone, we need to get that done and not touch it. Of course, we're going to continue to tweak and look at development codes around the town center, ad nauseum forever. But the point is, what we're talking about is very significant. It was commercial, it went to multifamily residential, and now somehow we're trying to claw it back. And we'd like to just do that once.
Okay. All right, unless there's,
I actually thought I had my hand up, but maybe I didn't. I did
No.
mean to say something, very brief.
okay, one last comment, and then I want to move to a vote if we can.
There was some comment about how often comp plans are updated and whether regulations, and I just wanted to add that to my understanding, regulations don't have to be updated, but comp plans do have to be updated about every 8 years. There was a proposal in the legislature last year to raise that to every 10 years. I don't know if that passed. But every time we update the comp plan, then we may have to change the regulations to match it. So.
Great. Okay, I think we've had a pretty solid discussion on this. So unless there's a burning problem that someone sees that they need to either add or change, let me restate the current geez, what, it is so late. The current motion that's on the table, and sorry, Commissioner Murphy, if you don't mind, I see you're doing a little bit of editing, but if you can move up to just to the top here so that we can have this for the record. So the current motion on the table is for move to adopt the findings labeled A, B, and C as presented by Commissioner Murphy. I believe it was seconded by Commissioner Weinberg. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So Allison, unless there's no other urgent last comment, Allison, if you wouldn't mind calling a vote on approval of the findings.
Okay. Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
No,
Chair Hubble,
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman,
Aye.
Commissioner Rachis,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Weinberg.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1. And Commissioner Murphy, I'll give you the floor again. You have, I'm assuming, another motion here related to the recommended actions for the council.
So this would simply be a motion based on those findings to recommend certain actions. This is designed to be less directive, less prescriptive than my memo was. So it's designed to be more user-friendly and collaborative with the council. The first component of that is to have a joint session with council. And then second part of it consists of a 4-month moratorium in the entire town center, the establishment of a modified no net loss requirement in a town center commercial overlay zone. And to put that in context, that would be roughly similar to what I call the blue box map. And then we would review and refine the categories of retail commercial to be encouraged there, as Carolyn has promoted. And for parcels in the overlay zone, there would be a commercial retail requirement based on a floor area ratio, which based on my modification would also apply to the post 2005 development parcels. And we would have to determine as part of this process what the FAR for that property would, that category of property would be. And then sub D would be a frontage dedication for areas to accommodate angle parking on streets that would have retail requirements. I think that it probably would roughly match the pink line map, but it would have to be looked at a little more closely to ensure that that's actually feasible. And then review of the pink line map would also be included to sweep in the concerns Carolyn has on 77th. And then also we would secure some professional input on some of the issues that we talked about, such as depth of frontage and optimal amount of space for commercial in the properties that are not subject to the no net loss or modified no net loss requirement. I specifically am calling this a modified no net loss because I think that there needs to be some consideration of flexibility and in that process, exactly how that gets defined is something that we would have to work with staff and the council to get some direction on, but or to give them direction as to what we're thinking. So that's the gist of it.
Okay, so to rephrase in a more succinct terms, it's been moved by Commissioner Murphy to recommend the following actions as presented in items 1, 2, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Weinberg. Commissioner Murphy, you just gave an explanation, so you can just say, I would just leave it, Commissioner Murphy, I would just leave it as based on the findings.
Okay.
I don't think you need to add that.
Okay.
And then let's not edit it until we have consensus from the group. It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Murphy, you've walked through everything. Are there any questions, additions, or changes that would like to be proposed from the group? Commissioner Boatsman.
I just want to say that I've been listening to Mike, and now I need to reread it in light of what he said. So I need a couple of minutes.
Okay, so if you can
Thank you.
take a look at that, and I'll see if anyone else has a comment while you're reviewing. Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, so I think that one of the important points that was brought up by Carolyn's or Commissioner Boatsman's proposal earlier was preservation of gas stations. I think that is kind of encapsulated in the bottom line there of review the pink line map as part of the process. I'm wondering whether it makes sense to amend this to explicitly call out in that paragraph F that we explicitly preserve the ability to have gas stations in that modifications to the pink line map. Do you guys think it would add value to have something explicitly calling that out?
if I could offer a suggestion or a potential motion for you, Ted, would be actually item B, related to refining the categories of retail commercial that the city wants to encourage in the overlay zone. I might add to that the phrase with consideration to, automotive service stations or something to that effect. And using that as a way, combining uses into the consideration of uses all in one description. The gas station issue is not necessarily related to the pink line map, but rather the retail uses as they're defined. Yes, there's a consideration to the pink line map, but I would just offer that it's probably because it's a land use, that's probably where it would be most appropriate. So if you want to offer an amendment, certainly.
Sure. I see Victor's hand is up. So if you have a suggestion on how we could do that, Victor, go ahead. Or is
Well, no, but along those lines, I was going to kind of argue against that because, again, gas stations are super important, and I believe I brought that up in the last meeting. But as Jordan brought up, so are grocery stores, so are a lot of things. And I think what Mike is arguing for is we need some time to consider all of these things and really figure out what the optimal configuration is. And so rather than calling out specific things tonight, where we suddenly get in the business of starting to draft code again, we leave it open-ended to allow ourselves the ability to consider not only gas stations and grocery stores, but anything else that might come up as a part of this. And that's the way I'm viewing this recommendation is more time and consideration and analysis needs to be done here to come up with a thoughtful, useful solution. And so rather than finding a single edge case and calling it out, I would say, I would argue for leaving it open-ended.
Okay.
I hear you. I think that if we can get the council to agree to a broader conversation along those lines, that would be better than calling out a specific use and say, oh, it preserves the gas stations. I guess I'm trying to give council a way to meet us part way, so that if we have an explicit recommendation and they're like, make sure you preserve the gas stations, that if they essentially cast aside this suggestion of having this broader scope discussion, that they can at least grab one thing and we can get something out of our efforts here.
So perhaps you want to say like, e.g. gas stations and grocery stores.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Chair, should I make that as a formal motion as an amendment to this, or how would you like to do it?
We could certainly make it as a formal motion, or if the maker, as the seconder, I'm assuming you'd be on board. We could certainly consider that as a friendly amendment, as it appears that there's some, if it appears that there's consensus, that would be an okay change. Mike, what's your preference? Do you want to vote on that, or?
Yeah, well, let's take a vote on it and see what people think. I don't feel strongly either way. I think the less prescriptive we are, the better we are in this case.
Okay. So Ted, if you want to make it as an amendment, feel free if you're.
Sure. Before I make that amendment, I noticed that Caroline has her hand up. Did you have a comment on this thing, or is it on a different topic?
On a different topic, thanks.
Okay, yeah. So I'll go ahead and move that we amend paragraph little b to include, for example, or e.g. Gas stations and grocery stores at the end.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Before I take a vote, any other comments? I think we've heard both sides to the argument. Anyone else want to or have
Actually,
a
let's see.
comment on it?
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Um, Actually, I'm sorry, Ted, I have to withdraw my second on that. Well, actually, I don't mind seconding it so that people can discuss it, but I don't think I'm gonna vote for it, actually, because I'm not in favor of the city trying to legislate whether we're gonna have grocery stores or gas stations. I am in favor of refining the categories of what constitutes what you have to put next to a pink line. But
Okay. Jordan, I saw you came off of mute. Did you have a question, comment or a question or?
so consider
No.
it seconded. Yeah, it's seconded.
Okay. All right, hearing no other comments, I might just call for a vote with a thumbs up for those in favor of amending item little b with EG. I don't know what the Latin version of that is, but whatever EG is, grocery stores and gas stations, please signify with a thumbs up.
Changed my mind again, so I'll vote for it.
All right, I've got 3 and those against thumbs down. Okay, the vote is 3-3 and unfortunately tie votes will fail.
That's okay.
Okay, are there any other changes or Caroline, I know you have your hand up. Are there any changes or other comments that you would like to offer?
Yes, I have some things I'd like to say. Okay. Oh dear, where am I here? Okay, so Mike, why are you proposing that the FAR be related to the footprint of the ground floor of a building? If that's indeed what you intend, instead of the lot size?
Because historically, FARs are measured in gross floor area of a building, not of a lot, for other purposes. And I believe Allison could probably confirm that. And then the other thing is that if you're using the lot area, it ends up being, a 0.26 FAR for the lot could well end up be 0.35 or more for the building. So it's really, I think, a misleading and potentially confusing way to approach it. And it's better, I think, to use it based on the building. The other reason is that the FAR that was in the proposal, or that is in the proposal, is based on a mathematical formula to achieve long-term replacement of the existing retail plus some growth. This approach is not trying to do that. So there's really no reason to continue to use that approach that's based on a formula that's not going to be part of this.
Okay, so FAR in the residential code, for example, is based on the size of the lot. There's an example. I guess I thought that basing it on the lot size was more fair to property owners and predictable for the city. The lot size is something but what people propose in terms of buildings is, according to what they feel like doing. So I thought it was a little more predictable that it was based on the lot size. I'm not.
Carolyn, I'm sorry.
Don't
Can
see the
I?
improvement.
Victor had raised his hand was it related to that other comment, Victor? Or
Oh,
did
I
you
thought
have
I was replying to, I thought we were still talking about the thing I brought up.
I were, and I'm just making sure Victor raised his hand, and I wanted to make sure if he had a comment related to that, or if it was
Oh,
something after
Well,
you're
then
done.
I'll wait and then see if I need to raise my hand again. then.
This is a new comment. So Carolyn.
Okay.
Keep going.
Thanks. Go ahead, Carolyn. I just want to make sure he had a chance if he was trying to respond to the other thing.
This is a different topic under number 2. So in that case, you want to go to Victor first?
Nope, that's fine. You can go ahead. You've got the floor. If you have an additional, this would be like an item G.
So you recommend a frontage dedication or similar condition to accommodate angle parking on streets with retail requirements. I would recommend that we delete this because there's a parking study occurring in 2022 that's going to be looking at all of these sorts of things. I don't think we need to make recommendations about particular kinds of parking in the town center.
Okay, is that a formal motion
Oh,
to strike item D?
I would be interested in what Mike thinks about that, why he thinks this should be recommended at this time, given this extensive parking study that's coming.
Well, I've reviewed the prior parking studies, and it's not clear to me what new information is going to come out. I've also looked extensively at what's in Kirkland. I have a lot of experience, time on Bainbridge and other places where there's, the type of retail that we would like to have. And there's typically, not always, but there is typically available angle parking.
Mhm.
And because many of these parcels are fairly large and could easily accommodate a small dedication of frontage for parking, I think that is something that can be considered right now without having to do a study.
Okay, well, I think we should try to be basing our decisions based on the packet, the information we were provided from the staff, which included the RFP for the parking study that's coming. So I think we should be looking at that rather than a 2016 study. So I guess I would move to delete that, yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Boatsman has moved to strike item D from the proposed list of recommended actions. Is there a second to that? We'll ask one more time if there's a second to the proposed amendment. Okay, hearing none, the motion fails due to lack of second.
So I have one final thing to bring up regarding the moratorium that is proposed. Well, I guess in the context of everything else, maybe I would not be in favor of that. I think that sounds pretty onerous and we should avoid that, but these kinds of things can be studied without putting a moratorium on the town center. And
Okay.
4 months is not going to be long enough anyway. So those are two reasons why I would recommend not placing a moratorium. So I'll just go ahead and throw that out there. I move that we delete the proposal for a moratorium.
Okay, is that the entirety of item 2 then, or just the first, or just the moratorium portion of that
Just the
statement?
moratorium portion of it.
Okay. So the motion is to remove what in essence is the first sentence of well, yeah, in essence, the first part of item 2 related to recommending a 4-month town center wide moratorium. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it so we can discuss it. That's fine.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Anyone else have a comment on this view?
My question is related to that, so this is.
Sure.
So my question is, I think to you, Mike, it might be for Jeff. Why are we proposing a 4-month moratorium? I thought we were on a 6-month cycle where we were renewing these things every 6 months. Is there something about 4 months?
No, there's nothing magical. What I tried to do by not using 6 months was to signal the desire to move this quicker than the past.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ted?
Yeah, I think that there's going to be an extension of the moratorium, whatever we do, because they can't act by the 2nd of December. So it's really a question of, how far downfield are we asking the punter to kick the ball? I think saying to them that, hey, we suggest 4 months so that we can work on this together. I have no problem with this being in the proposal as it is. I think this city council is probably already thinking about how long they're going to kick the ball down the field. So this might actually help them in terms of deciding how far down to set it. But I don't think it'll necessarily change their mind. I don't think anyone there is thinking, oh, let's not have an extension of the moratorium. One thing that is material is the suggestion that it be all town center instead of the south end of town center. And again, I think council is going to look at our recommendations here and choose what they want to do. And getting back to the original comments about we don't want to be a potted plant, it's okay with us to present our opinion on this, knowing that they're likely to take a part of it. And this is probably, just set your guys' expectations, probably not part of it they're going to do to expand it to all of town center. But I have no objection to leaving it in there as it is.
Okay. So I have a motion on the table to strike the language related to the moratorium. I'll do a quick visual vote. All those in favor of removal of the language related to the town center moratorium, please signify with a thumbs up. Okay, I see one, Carolyn. And those of you against, please with a thumbs down. Okay, the amendment will fail 1 to 5. Victor, that got to your comment. Did you want to suggest any changes at all, or are you good with the way it is?
Good.
Okay. Any other suggested changes or amendments to the motion on the table? Any
A
last?
question.
Sure.
I have additional recommendations, but they're not part of this particular motion. So I presume I will bring those up afterwards.
Do you have other recommendations you would like to add to this list?
Not really. I'd like to propose mine separately.
Okay. So with that, I will do one last call for any last comments on the proposal as presented with recommendations for the following actions. Seeing none, Allison, can I get a roll call vote on this, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Boatsman,
No.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yay.
Chair Hubble,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weinberg,
Yes.
and Commissioner Rachis.
Yay.
Thank you, everyone. The recommended actions or the motion with the recommended actions has passed with 5 to 1. Carolyn, do you have an additional recommendation that you would like to
Chair, can I, sorry to interrupt again.
Sorry.
Now that this document has been vetted and voted on by the commission, can we request that Commissioner Murphy send it over immediately so that the city, it's an official record with the city? That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Jeff. Okay, Carolyn, can you, you said you have some additional recommendations you'd like us to consider?
Could I ask the staff to put up my proposal that I sent earlier today, recommendation number 2, which is on the 3rd page of what I had sent?
Okay.
It's missing my oh, I guess I forgot to put the rationale with this thing. I wrote it in later, but anyway, yeah, that's the recommendation. I could read you my rationale or explain it.
Yep, that's fine. So, are you formally moving for the adoption of the text written here as recommendation 2 to direct staff to reassess every 5 years or at other suitable interval the items labeled 1 through 4?
Yes, that's what I'm moving. Chair.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it for the purposes of discussion. Sure.
All right. It has been moved and seconded by Commissioner Boatsman and seconded by Vice Chair Weinberg. Carolyn, do you want to go ahead and walk us through your thoughts here?
Sure. This is asking the council to direct the staff to do the kind of assessment that they have done in this last year, where they tried to assess what space is currently available, what is needed, the types of businesses that are desired, whether that needs to be amended, and how much is expected for the next period of measurement. It's not meant to be a wholesale upsetting of all of the standards for commercial requirements, but I just think that they need to keep a hand in, what's going on. These things are not static.
Okay. Vice Chair Weinberg, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, so I agree very strongly that this should be reviewed on a regular basis. I guess my first question is it already something that gets reviewed when we have our periodic review of the comprehensive plan, which I think is every 6 or 7 years or something like that? Or do we need to call this out explicitly, saying that the town center plan be reviewed and assessed as to whether the intents that we had in the plan that we created are being met? I guess that would be a question either for the chair or for Jeff, because I'm not sure exactly what is required in our periodic update of the comprehensive plan.
Jeff.
No, Jeff.
Item one, I believe, is done. Well, part of item 1 is done on a regular basis. An inventory of businesses on the island. Items 2, 3, and 4. Item 2 was just done as part of CAI's work here this year, but it has not been done on a regular interval. Sorry, I'm just reading here as I go. And items 2, 3, and 4 essentially were done here in 2021, but they have not been, to my knowledge, they have not been done on any sort of regular interval for the city.
So I guess my other question then would be, what's the right balance between what Victor was saying earlier about the business's need for a certain amount of certainty so that they can plan their business moves, and the community's need for refreshing of this code to ensure that it's keeping up with the changing dynamic of growth and the arrival of light rail, or the changing of traffic patterns, or what have you. Is, I mean, what's proposed here is every 5 years. I'm gesturing off to the right because it's on a different screen here. What's being proposed here is every 5 years. Is everyone kind of in agreement that we should be reviewing on a regular basis? It's just a matter of the number of, should it be 25 years versus 5 years, or what do you guys think?
Well, if I may, I can offer a staff perspective on that. Should this come back to the Planning Commission per the recommendation that you just voted on? This may be something you may want to discuss as part of further work, because I think some of the answer to your question, Vice Chair, might depend on the work that may occur in the future on this subject here in short order, based on your recommendation this evening.
Mhm.
Sorry, Jeff, was that a way of saying that it's probably not an answer that we would want to have until after we've actually completed the exercise of the review, so that we understand the scope? Or
To me, it feels that way, but I'm just offering one perspective. So,
okay.
Enough.
Well,
Enough.
Well, it feels to me like it's unrealistic to expect to be able to write a piece of code and have it never change again. I think that we should plan on there being a time that we revisit it. It's more a question of, what yard line do we want the punter to aim for when he kicks the ball, or she kicks the ball? I think what we were hearing from Victor earlier is that it's very useful to the businesses to have a longer timeline so that they can plan more. And I think what I'm hearing from Jeff is that it's likely to change very soon. So we might not want to plan on revisiting it very soon until we know what the changes that's coming back from City Council. I think whatever comes back from City Council, we should expect there's going to be a time sometime in the future when we're going to have to revisit that. That's what I'm trying to get at with this proposal, of figuring out what should we set at least as a target out there. Does anyone else have a strong opinion on this?
Victor?
So I just wanted to clarify my comments from earlier. Comments I made earlier were whipping around zoning in the town center is not a useful exercise and is not helpful to businesses. Review of development code, sure, go ahead. I kind of agree with what Chair Hubble said, and I'm going to take the comment that our CPD director, Jeff, gave us, which is, doesn't feel like the right time right now to be making decisions on this. Seems like this may be something that we want to address later if the City Council comes back and accepts the recommendations.
Dan?
Yeah, Chair, I'm seeing there's a hand up
Oh.
from Carolyn.
I can't hear Dan. He's mute. Dan, you're mute. Oh, okay. That's right. You're busy.
I understand. I'm all of a sudden my screen changed on me, and now all I see is you. I'm
That
trying
happened to me
change
last meeting.
My view. I want to pop it out if I can. Oi. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I can go this route. I still can't see. There you are. All right. Well, let's hope that this works. Carolyn, okay, go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
I would say no matter where the council ends up on this topic, that, there should be review of this sort of information at suitable intervals, periodic intervals. Perhaps 5 years is not right. And you know, that specific number of years could be left out of it, but I don't know if that makes any difference to anybody in terms of supporting this, but so I would just suggest take a vote and
Yep.
what you think.
I'll lead with my opinion, then we'll call a vote. I think to the point that I was trying to reinforce with Jeff. I think this is pretty prescriptive in the exercise, and while I don't disagree, I do believe that there are some vehicles that already allow us the opportunity to do this, and B, this is really something that should come out of the discussion that we're suggesting the council take up related to this. So that's my view. With that, let's go ahead and we can call a vote, Allison, on the motion as presented here, recommendation number 2, directing staff to reassess every 5 years or another suitable interval, items 1 through 4. Would you mind calling a roll vote,
Okay.
Allison?
I don't know why my video didn't turn back on. Try that again. Okay. Commissioner Rashish,
Nay.
Vice Chair Weinberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
No.
Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Chair Hubble,
No.
and Commissioner Boatsman.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is
2
failed
to
2 to 4.
4.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to keep notes of all this at the same time, so. Okay, Carolyn, did you have any other additional recommendations you wanted to
No.
propose?
No, thanks.
Okay. So hearing nothing additional from Carolyn, are there any other additional recommendations beyond what we have presented and voted on at this point? All right, hearing none, I just want to say thank you. It's now 10:30 and it's been a solid 4 hours of conversation around this. And so I really appreciate everyone's diligence in thinking about this thoroughly, and we'll see where the council lands on their consideration of our recommendations that we have sent to them. Commissioner Boatsman, before I move on to the next item of business, did you have something else to say, or?
Well, yes, I don't have much experience with this, but I feel pretty strongly about this particular ordinance we were given and the limited scope that it was provided and the ability to respond to that. And I would like to submit probably what you call a minority opinion or a minority, how do you refer to that when one commissioner has a different position and wants to share it with the council as part of the proceedings?
Well, I'm not a big Tom Cruise fan. I would probably refer to it as a minority report. So.
All right, a minority report. That's what I would like to submit to the council, and it would be, if I may, if it's appropriate, I'll explain what I would like that to be in that minority report.
Yeah, you're certainly at liberty to submit that to the staff at the conclusion of the meeting and ask that be included in the materials presented to the council. That's, I believe.
So Allison, shall I give that to you tomorrow? Or do you want that now?
Oops. I'm presuming you haven't drafted it yet, so in that case.
No, it's, I could pretty well tell you, it would be the motion that I made with the slight amendments that were made during the discussion of
Well,
it.
it would be helpful if you could write something down, explaining your whole position and then submit that to me.
I guess I don't understand. It's the same thing that I moved. My motion that I made earlier.
If I can suggest, Carolyn,
Mhm.
what would be best would, if you could provide a sort of a cover letter to that saying, essentially providing the context in the way that I've seen this done before, providing context to, I was a dissenting opinion on a number of votes that were taken. I would like to present to you the recommendations that I'm in favor of. You could then attach your document, submit that to Allison, that then could be included in the packet that goes to the council for their review.
Yeah.
That's typically how that would be done, in the same way that at the conclusion of this meeting, we'll put together a essentially a summary of the conclusions from the meeting that would be sent in a written draft form to them. So
I mean, that sounds great, as long as I can write it tomorrow.
you can
Unless
write it
you-
whenever you want. I don't know when the packet's going, but anytime before the packet gets sent to the council, you can submit it. Yeah.
Is that okay then? Allison, you're good with that?
Yep, that works.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
That's what I'll do.
Great. All right. So again, thank you everybody for going through all this. I know we've had 3 meetings in a row, so I don't know. Allison, do you have anything for the deputy director's report?
Really just a schedule reminder. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks, and then our final meeting for the year will be on December 15th.
Okay. And given those timelines, does anybody have any known absences for either of those meetings?
What's the specific date in 2 weeks?
November 17th, sorry.
And then the next one is
December 15th.
What do you think will be on the agenda for November 17th?
I'm trying to remember which order I put them in, but I believe it is the proposal that you recommended for the docket last year, Commissioner Boatsman, related to noise and lighting issues.
Okay, so both of them, one was noise, one was lighting, but they're all being considered at the same time.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any additional announcements or communications from either staff or any of the members of the commission? All right. Well, hearing none, we will see everyone in 2 weeks, and with no other business to come before us. The time is now 10:38 p.m. And as a reminder, if everyone can just stay on, and at the conclusion of my statements, Allison will excuse us all from the meeting. So thank you very much, everyone, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, everyone.
bye-bye.
Good night.